Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do about nothing. Ace King against Ace King.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco's suited.
No dramas. That'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh man, no dramas. We said.
Oh
no way, man!
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall, feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh wow!
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way! Oh my word!
Let's just give Jack a
What
thumbs up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face! What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suited?
Dockers is saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow. Okay.
80% of the time he's up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a little
never
deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there. Yeah.
The dealer must have thought they must have thought the 3 deuce was in. Oh no way! Are you serious?
Oh my! 6-8 or ace for Jack. 6-8 or ace.
Oh!
Final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yeah.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. With the outright short stack, want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy.
Is that risk again? Is he going to get the bad news?
And don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to. But can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing
When
to
he's
hit?
in front.
I actually can't recall one where he's been in front. But take nothing away from the shoves. They're good shoves. They're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it 1 too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
The jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow.
Cammy Williamson is on.
Absolutely. You know why I folded it? Because when he jammed, I think he's forced to call basically everything. You know what I mean? And then that gives me a chance to cash. But
You've no mate day, so you have to work. Oh, are you here? How are you here?
How's your week been?
Well, pretty gross on the high roller. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I only came up Thursday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so I played the high roller in June 9th, and then I played the shitty rumble yesterday, obviously.
Has there been no cash on or that, no? Has there been no cash on or that, no?
Oh, do
you know?
But I've also been late every night playing tournament, so. I saw they had 2 games.
I seen the bad beat jackpot went last night, I know.
Yeah, I was putting the fucking. They actually turned it.
Oh, what?
The time it was a 0 and it flashed up on the screen. I was fucking late.
Oh, that's annoying.
There was 2 tables as well. It's the first time it's run all week.
There was 18 tables running in the back at the time. Yeah. Yeah.
Straight flush over 2 threes. Only be a few hundred anyway. Was it? It looked like there was a bag on the table, yeah. Most of the ones around the country only won 2. It's only the bit that had big games. Yeah, it's been redone. Have you been there since? I've been there since 2015. Oh, yeah, this year they've just redone it all. So it's nice in there. Some ID, I think. For the ID. Well, there's an event there.
Oi, oi! Welcome along to the final day in Edinburgh. It's raining. I know. It's going to clear up.
Yeah, it is going to clear up, but it did. Yeah, we had biblical spells this morning, didn't we? Poor Mikey went off to get the coffees.
He got absolutely drenched.
Come back like you'd just done 20 lengths like Mark Spitz.
Oh, you were in the pool this morning,
I was in the pool this morning. I was in the sauna, the steam. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. Nearly joined in with the over 60s water pool water.
Aerobics.
Aerobics in the water. And kick. They're the chip counts for today. 38 down to a winner, but 30, 32, 33 get the money. 33. So 33 get the money, which effectively we're nearly on the bubble. 38 to 33. So I think this is going to be pretty solid for the first session until we actually get in the money. The min cash is £12.20, £1,220. So it's going to be a little bit more solid than a normal day two at the start, because we're very close to the money. 33 get paid, Ron, 38. Have a good day in the chat, everybody. What's up, everybody? We'll have a quick chat and a recall very, very shortly, but we have just started. Hey, rest well, Sam?
Not too bad, buddy. Not too bad. Last day, it's been a good week. I think coming off the back of a long week in what felt like a long week in Portsmouth. Don't get me wrong, we were looked after very well wherever we go, but
the final day was long.
The final day was long.
Long.
I don't think we had. Sometimes you get a week in between for an opportunity for a little bit of a reset, but I knew you guys were out there at 9 in the morning, having basically worked the whole way through, and straight back up on the Wednesday. It just kind of feels like you're in that. We know we're on the home stretch, but the home stretch carries significance in these tournaments, and this is the spot where it matters most. Day 2 of the main event, 100k guarantee at the Maybury Casino in Edinburgh.
C1 we've got Billy Henderson, 2 Harry Sanford, 3 Adam Buxton, Chris Welsh in seat number 4, who's been in the chat as well this week. Peter Gill in seat number 5, Martin Byrne in 6, Nathan Drummond and Libin Wang in 9. Good afternoon, one and all. Hope things are well with everybody. Afternoon, Zild. Unlucky yesterday, didn't make day 2. And Easy said he might come in today, depends what he's doing on his day off. He's unfortunately didn't make day 2. And he might nip in for a bit of comms. He is more than welcome whenever he wants to jump in. We might even get the rattlesnake in.
Live, and we might have a special feature for you later. Rattlesnake breakdown of one of the hands of the year yesterday on the feature table. If you haven't had a chance to check that one out, I don't think you'll be short of opportunities to see that one from the Rattlesnake. Ran one of the wildest bluffs you will ever see with the deuce 3 offsuit, and then Kendo successfully picking it out and calling with jacks on an ace king high board with diamonds, and paired stuffed the lot. But amazing session yesterday evening, just really great to end what was a really good day's coverage with spots like that are always fun. So as Tower said, 38 back for day 2, 33 in the money. This is the first 888 in a little while where we haven't come back in the money, but representative of the field numbers, of course. And we are effectively on the bubble. We're in that spread. And I thought yesterday evening session would play kind of like how I now anticipate this morning session would play, based on the fact that a lot of these 888s come back to day 2 in the money, and therefore the last level felt like we were effectively just going to be on a soft bubble. But this is the reality. The players we've got now, 5 of the guys in the room are going to go home empty-handed, which is going to sting after a long day 1 grind.
Lions put the unedited highlights into the chat. The hand starts about 3 minutes in. Cheers, Lime. Anybody want to watch it?
Good luck to whoever's got the job of editing that one down.
Get it to the editing team. Can you put that into a minute segment, please?
Bad beat jackpot claimed last night in Portsmouth as well.
So. And not just that, sad news for Towers World Series team. Benny Glazer's won another bracelet.
Absolutely unbelievable. 3rd bracelet of the series.
We're
not even halfway, are we?
How many did he win when I had him in my team last year? How many? Do you want to guess?
Take the unders on 1.
Take the unders on 1, you'd win a fortune. This year, 3.
Benny's 8th bracelet in 10 years.
Unbelievable. He is a phenom.
Absolutely.
And I think it actually gets to a stage now where people fear playing against him. So any bet will just get through.
Well, why wouldn't you? And even when you do want to play against him, as we saw in the views last night. Just find the offsuit 7 in the
And that's it, just
Or the-
just
you know,
shut your eyes and
just plot the 5 in the
Yeah.
Raz, or you know. Absolutely incredible what Benny Glaze is up to over the pond at the moment.
it is.
Early exchanges on day 2. As Tower said, we think this is going to be quite a slow start to proceedings. We are going to be really mindful of getting ourselves into compromised spots as these players, with 5 of them not making the money. Martin just completing the King 7 here in the small blind. And there's a lot of chips in play as well at this moment in time, a lot of blinds in play. You know, we are coming back to 10k big blind, but lots of stacks north of 300k around the room, as we saw on the chip counts when they flashed up. Good morning to everybody tuning in on social media. Good morning to Deprived King. We've got Danny Evans on YouTube, Sean on Facebook, Cam on Twitch as well. It's going to be a good day of poker where we're going to crown a champion here in Edinburgh. Who is going to be the most recent King of Scotland in the main? We will find out today on the live stream. And then it's rigged down and a small trip for Tower.
Yes. Where are we going?
There's this place over in the desert.
Ah.
It's called I think it's called Las Vegas,
Ah,
and they run this 10k buy-in tournament called the World Series Main Event. But I don't know if you've heard of it, but there's a rumour on the wind
there it is.
that you're going to be getting yourself involved. All sold out. I think later on this evening we.
We got that picture on
style.
social. Sold out. How was Tim Minchin yesterday? Cat, how was he? Cat's in the chat already after watching Tim Minchin last night. Oh, Dan Gormley's just wandered about with a sad face. First out today, Mr. Dan Gormley.
Martin going to open ace 10 here from the button. Libin here in the big blind, going to get out the way. He's just going to raise and take it here as Martin. Going to be some cagey early stages here, guys. Trying to navigate our way into the money, but forecast from the booth is that as soon as that bubble bursts, it is going to burst in style, and we'll have a flurry of eliminations shortly afterwards. But
Yeah, I think that's how it'll go.
yeah,
38 to 33, 10 to fair. £1,220, nothing to be sniffed at. Double your buying plus a little bit.
not quite the heights of the high roller bubble where we saw the 3x.
Oh no.
We are north of 2x, which good news for the guys that make the money. Harry opening proceedings from gun here with King 10.
Peter from 5 gets out of the way.
Yeah, we saw Peter in a remarkable exchange in the penultimate hand last night. 3-bet folding Ace King from
Yep,
about 20 odd blinds.
so ain't there too.
But yeah, he is he's in the building. He's on the feature again. And got through with 15. honestly.
One for you, one for you,
was-
one for you.
75 times, yeah. Oh man, completely sold out. The tower is in the main. Castle of cash.
Imagine.
Yeah, it's just wild to consider.
Thank you
isn't
very
it? But
much.
it is a reality. It's a possibility.
Absolutely, it certainly is. I'm going to be the. I'm going to be the next. I'm going to be John Hess 2.0.
Well, maybe you could just do a couple better. That would be great. You know?
A couple better? Yeah, let's try. Yeah. But that's it, all sold out. We are off. And look at this on the table because we're going to have a bit of action here. It's we are all sold out, and thank you very much to all the well wishers out there. We're going to be doing a lot of social media on Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah.
If I know how to do it.
Remind me later. I will show you how to do the stories later. Remind me later. I'll show you. You've got it sorted. Snap call here from Nathan for 15 effective from Libin, all in with the Ace King.
First all in and the call on our table today, as only Dan Gormley has bust out this morning.
Yeah, the El Clasico of poker. Straight up on the feature. We're going to see 5. We'll start with 3, please, Ben. King high
King
flop
on the
for
flop.
Libin. Deuce on the turn.
Needs to fade a queen, and we get a nice double to 330k. And indeed we do. Queen's not holding against Ace King. Living up to 330.
Yeah. So they've been going to double and in a pretty favourable spot now to make this money. 37 players remain, 33 paid. Blinds 5k, 10k with a 10k big blind ante. And I think some highlights of the festival, just opportunity to add some slight reflection. Roddy's bubble play on the voyage
Oh, brilliant,
was
wasn't it?
one of the best
Yeah.
bubble exploitation spots and examples of which you will ever see. So if you get the opportunity, dial back to Thursday's voyage coverage on the bubble and check that one out, not to be missed. Roddy McNeil. Been on our feature quite a bit over the course of the festival and really enjoyed watching him play. Played some really good stuff. Morning Patrick on YouTube. And morning to everybody else dialing in from wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to a slightly rainy Edinburgh today compared to earlier in the week when we were blessed with incredibly warm weather here. Wouldn't say it's cold, just a bit wet. Gonna dry out later.
It is. Is it like, I'm guessing the Island Show's still on today.
I think so. I think
Must be the
it's,
last day.
I
Is
think
it
it's
the last day
like the
today?
wind down day, as it were. Get a few little bits and pieces going on, but
It must have been busy yesterday.
it must have been.
Morning Patrick, watching on YouTube. And also today we've got the free roll a little bit later and the tickets to give away. We'll have, same as always, we'll have 10 to give away if we get confirmation from Lime. So plenty to give away for you guys out there while you're watching the live stream. That final 37 of the main event. 10 $22 tickets today. Very nice indeed. And also the free roll later in the day.
Yeah, brilliant generosity from the AAA team, from Lime. Whose support this week has been impeccable as always. Going to be another very positive festival in the books for the AA8 tour that continues to just go from strength to strength, considering the time of the year where we're up here in Edinburgh to beat the guarantee on every event. Some turnout for everybody, so congratulations to the teams at the Maybury AA8 on that.
We've got a new stop on the way. Late September.
Can't wait.
Liverpool.
Can't wait. Definitely going to take a few extra days up there around the Liverpool stop. Very much looking forward to.
Well, you know Liverpool better than I do, and you live 300 miles away.
Mate. It's going to be so good. The atmosphere down there is going to be amazing. Some great spots, great food spots, great bars. If we get some decent weather down there, that is going to be an unbelievable festival.
Bit of Concert Square to do some live streaming. You know that quiet little area?
Yeah. Yeah, little late night live stream. Tower does Concert Square. God, that'll be. Let's put a rating on that one. There'll be a great turnout for Liverpool in September. It'll be brilliant. Interesting where we stay for that one, actually.
I'm hoping next door. Is there another camper now next door?
Not sure. Don't think I've quite recall being a hotel down there. There's plenty down there. There's a.
I don't really know too much around Albert Dock.
There's a Travelodge down on the front. There's an Ibis down there. There's a Hilton down there. There's loads of stuff going on.
There's a Radisson.
Really, Radisson.
I've actually, believe it or not, I've actually interviewed the sommelier in the Radisson.
Oh yeah. The sommelier.
We were working in Leo's for gala. And there, might have been working in Queen Square, but stopping in the Campanile or something like that.
Okay.
Oh no, stopping in the Radisson.
Yeah.
Because I think the Radisson has like an Everton room and a Liverpool room.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
It does, and it's typically the hotel that the aways stop at.
Right.
So yeah.
So we were there, staying in the Radisson, and we interviewed the sommelier. He took us down to his cellar. He went, "This is heaven for me." And he was showing us bottles of wine from like 60 years ago that were like £5,000 a bottle.
Wow.
And they were like, yeah, as soon as you open it, you got to drink it within the like 4 hours.
Right.
Because it starts to go awful and it's so old.
Yeah.
He says, but this is my heaven, this is me, this is heaven for me. He's like, wow.
Experience that one.
Yeah, it was good. Really, that was a long time ago, to be fair. But we're either doing Queen Square for the GPS or we were doing Gala, which is obviously before 2010.
Yeah.
And it was just so good to meet somebody so passionate about wine. Off to the outer tables for the first time today, and we've got Ronnie Paxton in the old referee shirt. Contenders ready!
Gladiators ready.
Ace Jack for Ronnie against Ace King.
Queen 7 deuce.
Needs a Jack dealer. Well, Ronnie Paxton is out. He's out. Contenders ready! Unlucky Ronnie. Ronnie Paxton just checking, but we think he has him covered. He's a full stack of heads there. Yeah, got him. He has him covered. Unlucky Ronnie Paxton busting out in 37th.
Well, 3 off the money. And the pressure just cranks up a notch in the room. 3 to go. Players for day 2 have been awarded time bank cards. Would have been interesting to see how many of those our man the Rattlesnake would have got through yesterday. But pre-flop in an unopened pot, I think 15 seconds on your decision, but as soon as action has been made Then it clicks to 30 seconds. And Peter here with the queens in the small blind for 14. Just deciding to play jam.
Jam for 16.
Good morning, Zildi. Good morning, Chacello. Morning, Quantum Criminal. Well, it's not even morning, is it? Afternoon.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Cello.
Richie watching from his daughter's netball tournament in Hull. Good afternoon, Richie Burner.
All folding round in turn. Right round to Peter again. Won't be doing anything with the Queen 6 on the button. Just be slowing it down with his 16 BBs.
Well, Nathan with an ace here in the big blind after Martin has raised the small blind. Something not on the bubble. We're going to see some 3-betting here to a certain degree, but I think just happy to take a flopping position as Nathan, whilst we are this close to the money and with this much additional implications.
Flopping best as well as Nif. Ace 10-8. Just about a lock on the hand.
I'd imagine if we're raising small blind, Martin going to want to find range bet here. Can go small, something like 22, 23. Does go for 22k, and a rather quick call from Nathan. I think Martin's going to be done with the hand now once we get this aggression met with call. Especially now we pick up a little showdown on the turn with the 6 of spades. And we now beat some hands that might want to don't beat too much really, so beat Jack 9, Jack 7, Queen Jack, King Jack, King Queen, if any of those are not playing 3-bet from the big blind, which I imagine if Ace 5 isn't, then a lot of the time we're going to be calling King Queen there, but doesn't feel that the 6 is sufficient showdown, and going to bet 80k now. This is a tough spot for Nathan. Top pair.
Poor kicker.
Poor kicker, absolutely tower. No opportunity for upgrade outside of 2 pair.
Using the turn bank wisely.
It's actually quite a nice bet when you think about it, what it's going to achieve. Put this kind of hand into the blender. 10x is going to be put in difficult spots. One thing's for sure, I don't think we can ever really call here, isn't it? It's just whether or not we're certain we've got the best hand and we're going to put it in, but that just feels not good at this stage, in all honesty, when we're this close to the money. We're only ever getting called by better at that point.
You can see the pressure. So it's probably going to work from Martin. With the aggression in the hand. is announced. I am all in after debating and thinking about it, and this is now going to work. You said it had to be all of it or none of it.
What a find from Nathan.
Martin sat with 24. Lots of play, nice hand. Nice hand from both. The aggression from Martin and Nathan. With the aggression on the river. On the turn, sorry, and just got it through. Very nice indeed from Nath. We are on 36 as we lost Dan Gormley and Ronnie Paxton. I'm going to get paid 33. Don't think we've got the price ticker just yet. Of course we have.
Never doubt.
Of course we have.
Never doubt BK in the background. 124k collected though, what an effort.
Yes.
What an effort.
£23,960. 33 get the money. Ali with Queens. Good to see Harry running deep again. Sort of travelling around now, hasn't he, and playing a lot more poker.
Yeah.
Won't be doing much for 10 deuce. Just winding down, we're only 3 spots off the money. Ooh. Whoa!
Peter's
We'll catch up in a
gonna
minute.
have an absolute
Pete's gonna have the
monster
lot.
here. Well,
Oh, 10s!
I'm amazed we haven't got better than 10s here as Peter. Amazed.
Tens for Peter as it's folded round to him. And Harry says, yeah, I call. Pete and Gill, tens, all in, needing help to survive.
We're going to see 5. We will start with 3, please, Ben. That looks like an ace high board.
It does indeed.
Ace 9-8 is it, I think?
Yeah, I think one of the action tracking, one of the cards must not have picked up. Ace 9-8.
10 of hearts accounted for, so 1 out. Clubs are covered.
Damn.
Time backs presented.
Clubs are covered. And it's a jack. So very unlucky for Peter Gill. The ace king yesterday might have come back to haunt him. He may have done thing a little bit different. Peter Gill eliminated. And straight over to the outer table. Because we've got Yarsech with king 8.
How about that, Tal? What do you know?
And a pocket fours flopping a set.
What do you know?
Whoa! How did you manage that?
Listen, sometimes, rarely, you get things right.
Every now and again we flop a set with fours, which means we're down to 34. Which also means we're on the bubble. Yarsech busting out in 5th place. Means we're down 34.
You're reading the wrong book, Richie.
You're reading it.
At worst, it's 1 in 2.8. Got a copy of the book you should be reading. It's called Forever the Optimist, author The Rattlesnake. That's the copy we're reading, buddy.
So when the news filters through that Yarsech has bust out at the same time, the ticker will drop down to 34. Means we are on the bubble. Waiting for the other tables and the other hands to finish. And then we all start dealing at the same time. There you go. The instructions being read out, all in a call. Keep your cards face down. Face down.
Thanks, mate. Okay. Take your time, take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Alright guys, Towers just stepped out of the booth for a minute, so we're going to pick up proceedings here as Martin reading a copy of Rattlesnake's book takes a leaf out of the outer table and finds the flop set with the pocket threes this time. Billy with the Jack 10 in the big blind, not going to be continuing in this hand when faced with this aggression. Been a great festival for Billy so far. Saw him finish second in the high roller earlier in the week. Saw a bit of him on the feature yesterday as well. Well, talk about not proceeding in this hand. Exercising the perceived better board for the big blind than the cut-off and finding check raise here with the Jack 10 offsuit. Martin in the cut-off with the threes. Would imagine we want to play cool here all the time. If there are any bluffs in there or some one pair worse hands, we want to keep those hands in. 10 of hearts on the turn is a bad one for Billy. He checks it over. Martin now checks it back. Oh, I can't believe we've checked that one back as Martin, but
turns the queen.
does opt to check it back.
Queen of spades river.
Billy going to play the river as a check call. Wonder if Martin goes for the lot here. Or whether we just try and target a one pair hand with a sizing somewhere in the region of about 70k.
Yeah, he's betting, definitely betting small. 65, just over half.
Snap call from Billy with the 10. Threes on the flop are good. Horrible turn for Billy after trying to seize the pot. But opted to find a bluff catcher there with the Jack 10. Could maybe even beat some 4x that goes thin. Ace 4, maybe even Ace 3.
We are on the bubble. And we'll start the keywords after the bubble has burst, whenever that will be. We'll give you 5 minutes after the bubble burst, whenever it'll be. So it could be the next stand, it could be in an hour. So we'll concentrate on the bubble and then we'll start the giveaways.
Yeah, without being privy to the live stacks around the room,
Yeah.
I think the first 4 players were eliminated slightly quicker than I thought they would be this morning, Tower. So this could be a long bubble.
The lines have been 4 minutes, as we can see. Six, 2, 3 flop for us. Martin with the 4s. Ace of clubs turn after it's checked.
Yeah, looks like Harry's pretty much done with this hand already with the king 9. Just trying to get to showdown if we can. I don't see too much reason as Martin to be. Could get some protection from my hand with a small bet, but equally looks happy to get to the river.
Yeah, pairs of 3.
Pretty reasonable run out for the 4s against big blind defending range here. Could look to go for a little value here as Martin, but does decide to just check it back. Could go on against deuce or even some king highs, but opts to check back.
Small pot for Martin.
That's my board. That's my board.
Dealers next hand, please. Shouts Mike. There he is.
Mate, I got there on the tongue too.
Must be David Tune's day off.
I had Jack.
Oh, well, we have learned.
Geordie Mike's patrolling the floor.
Well, maybe it's maybe we got a showdown for the ages later. Geordie Mike versus David Chun.
Next hand, please.
I probably am.
We're on the bubble in the 888 main event here in Edinburgh.
What is it? Martin Bubble Boy Bum?
Harry with a deuce 4 and small lines. Not going to be continuing this one. Headlining the feature table, chip leading as well. Harry Sanford has north of 60 blinds, great spot to be in at this stage of proceedings. A chunky bubble, £1,260 for 33rd place, £0 for 34th place. Means that it's never been higher pressure in the main so far.
That is true. Anything happening, we'll let you know. BK's wandering around as well.
I know, but I should have just opened jam. I opened jam 4s the hand before, and then I decided to just open 2.5 ranks for QT. Mate, in my head, I'm like, I'm just going to open this, you jam everything, I'm just going to laugh and flip to it. Aye, I know. But it's such an edge on him, I should have been doing that, it's so bad. What? I know, it was terrible, absolutely terrible. Mate, I knew all day that I could just link all my big hands, he was just going to give me it.
I've seen so many valleys at 1 PM delivering beer to the tables as Edinburgh. Oh, love it.
Oh, it's cold, I know he was playing it.
Right. Oh, and something has happened on the outlet. Here we go. What we got? Well, that's Tom Gill, my North Berwick golfing partner. Ace 10. And it's Gareth McGee with Ace 7. First all in and the call. The Ace 7 is behind. Running spades. 9 of spades. No, the 6.
Just a 7. Can Gareth get lucky?
The 7 and the 7 only. It is not, it's a 5. Gareth McGee busting out. Had a chat with Gareth last night, nice chap. Had a good hour with him at the bar area. Oh, Gareth McGee busting out. Tom Gill takes out Gareth. That means we are all in the money. Oi, oi.
Crack the purse open, banker. Time to start paying out in Edinburgh. Just like that. Gareth came through today with just south of 70 blinds, but couldn't run that one up.
Amazing. Oh, so we're in the money first.
We are.
All in on the call on the bubble, and that was it. Out he went. Means we're all in the money. So min cash of £1,220.
All the players now going to scrap it out from here on in until we get to the foot of the mountain, descending down from peak number of players to a champion in Edinburgh.
Additional time banks given
is
out.
in. Yeah, all players get two additional time banks.
2 extra for getting into the money. Yeah. How many would Abdul have by now?
Well, yeah. he'd have his own castle, wouldn't he? He would have his own castle. He laid the foundations yesterday. He'd have enough to build the castle today. So yeah, it's 2 additional time banks for everybody now. Pre-flop remains at 15 seconds. After action up to 30 seconds. Going to be a cracking day from here on out in Edinburgh.
Well done, everybody. We're in the money here in Edinburgh. Which also means we'll be doing a keyword very soon. And you know where you need to be for the keyword. The little Summerfest down in Walsall. If you're down playing in Walsall, small overlay at the minute if you've got a chance to get to Walsall. Blackpool also had an overlay last night and they're 10k. My mate, who I always have a little piece of. Set over set. Game over. 5 from the money. Did you rubbish you?
Has he got a piece of you for Vegas?
He's getting nothing. He's getting notes.
Yeah, you don't get anything from him, Walsall, but he's going to have half a million
There's a
off you
small
for Vegas.
overlay. I mean, there's less players and you've got set over set. I see you rubbish you.
Yeah, got to be folding those sets.
No. I don't actually know who won it actually. Let's have a quick scan on the old. The best thing about the app, isn't it? You just click on Blackpool and you just click on previous tournaments. You click on their 10k guarantee and then you click on the prizes and it tells you Pete Mason won it. There we go, Pete Mason. Looks like a slight chop to be fair, 3 ways. Pete Mason, Xiao Zhang and Nathan Wallace. And then Shane Greers. Ben Hill got 10th.
Harry raising ace queen of hearts here in the cut-off to 25k. Blinds are up to 6k, 12k with a 12k big blind ante, and a bit of a hand here. Adam flattened the 8s and Chris all in behind with the pocket 9s. You can see a situation here where Harry goes for the ISO with the ace queen of hearts here. Gonna see this flat on the button usually. There's a lot of dead. We don't want to be going out of position. Goes for it as Harry. Like this a lot. Big fan of the ISO. Going to get the 8s out. And Chris will be pretty happy with the outcome in this hand as well. Going to get the opportunity to flip off with some additional money. So race on the feature. First all in and call after the bubble has burst. Chris going to need to hold or we're going to be down to 32. Well, 7-7 king. Pretty good start for Chris. Only backdoor hearts, couple of backdoor Broadway options for Harry, but 3 of spades removes all backdoors. Just going to be finding an ace or a queen to climb in through the front door, otherwise going to double, and it is a double for Chris on the 3-3 run out. Going to take a couple off of Harry, still sitting top of the counts on the feature table.
Shall we do a keyword?
Let's do a keyword.
Shall we do
Come
a
on,
keyword?
Let's do it.
We said we'd do it straight after the bubble has burst, and the bubble has burst, which means everybody is now in the money, so we'll do that. So there we go. You know the word, you know the rules. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch to claim the and get involved in the giveaways. Stay on the other platforms if you're just watching there, but you can't win anything. 888 Twitch is all it is on. Keyword, type in the keyword into the chat, and then one person, one ticket this time, will be randomly thrown out. And we've got 10 to give away, so we'll do them on a regular basis. As we get down to the FT, we'll probably do the giveaways either before we get to the FT or the last couple, just at the beginning of the FT. But a good day is looking like it'll be on for the live stream. So the first keyword for today is, as the bubble has just gone, it makes a sound. And that sound is pop. The bubble has gone. The keyword is pop. Type it in. Away you go. Go, go, go. And you'll get yourself in with a chance of winning a $22 ticket. And we've also got a free roll a little later as well.
Yeah, and as Tower said, guys, we'll reiterate, because there's always one or two. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, you must be in the Twitch chat to enter this competition. So, for example, Harry Markham on Facebook, you need to get yourself into the Twitch chat, 888 Poker TV, get yourself over, put pop in the chat box. For your chance to enter. This is for a $22 token.
Indeed.
Billy raising the ace-5 of diamonds here from EP. Chris calling the button with Queen 10 of spades. And, Billy continued King Queen 6. Chris called, and once check 2 here, Chris gonna seize the initiative. So in 2 hands, Chris Goes from 145k to north of 300.
Hey, the old Whopper Supper, how we doing? How we doing, Whopper? What's happening? Where have you been? What have you been up to? Why have you not been playing poker? Last time I had something like that, I've not seen him for years. What, he done? He went 8 years. I just stayed silent for like 10 seconds and thought, no you haven't. I thought, no you haven't, no you haven't. Oh dear. Afternoon, the Coda. Small overlay in Walsall. Hopefully everybody turns out in the next hour or so. Pesky, you have to be on 888 Twitch. Sean Perry. Oh, Pesky, I'm pretty sure that's Pesky. Has to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Losing your money at the horses. Oh, don't say that. Don't do that. Oh dear. Yeah, Coda says 3k overlay at the moment. Never good. I know it's good in the short term as we were talking about it yesterday, but it is never good. First person out in the money GDPR LP record.
Late position.
Alright, 12.20. Is Charlie Lamont still in? Plays at the Dundee Casino. Let's have a look.
Isn't that who was it that was on the feature yesterday?
Charles Lamont. Yes, he is.
What was he called on the feature yesterday? Can't remember.
Did we have a nickname for him?
Yeah, we did.
Did we?
He was on there with Dino.
Chico.
Chico, that's it. Cheers, Gav.
Yeah. Charles Lamont is in. Old Chico.
Right, countdown is done, guys. We're going to be giving away token. Who is the lucky winner, Tower?
Why is it called Chico? Because obviously Chico just means friend, doesn't it? The Distressed Clown.
Distressed Clown.
Distressed Clown won the giveaway.
Wow.
Obviously Chico means friend.
Well, Chico, I think Chico can mean like fella or.
Because
you know,
haven't we got we've got a guy in Blackpool called Chico.
Yeah.
Nobody knows his real name.
Yeah.
It's Jose something. He actually used to be a trapeze artist in the circus.
Yeah.
No, that's true, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's either Colombian or I'm pretty sure he's
Hispanic
Colombian or
of some
something.
kind,
Yeah,
yeah.
Definitely, yeah. I'm pretty sure he's Colombian.
But Chico and Chica are like male and female, like, in a lot of Hispanic languages, I think.
So we just Chico because he calls everybody Chico. So he became Chico.
Yeah.
And that was it. Hey Chico, hey Chico, hey Chico. So that's it.
We've got one of the fellas down in Portsmouth, Diari. Whenever someone busts him, they're the punk. What's up, punk?
The punk.
What's up, punk?
Hey, what's up, punk? So we're down to 32 in the money. First person out, LP 12.20. So yeah, Chico is still in.
Well done to Distressed Clown.
Congratulations. Jimmy's on slight delay.
Oh, there we go. Gav says he's got the Chico nickname because his dad's got the same name.
Ah, okay.
Ah, okay. Waffle Supper says Chico is Charles, it's a Scottish name.
Okay. Chuck's an American thing for Charles.
Yeah. Just dialing back in on this one because Harry, having opened the jacks from gun, faced with a 3-bet from the small blind from Living, who has selected the 7-3 offsuit as the candidate for it.
not usually wide when you're opening from gun, is it?
Harry going to go for it and have been caught in the act here. Just felt like he was prepared to run it as Harry fought just south of 20. Stu says he thinks he put in the wrong chip and was made to 3-bet. Well, put in any chip seems ill-advised with the 7-3 from the small blind. But
in Costa Rica, the locals are referred to as ticos, and in Nicaragua, they're called nicos. Well, it's all a learning curve, this live stream.
I love the Spanish language. I think Spanish is a really, really cool language, but when you go across really comparable languages with base vocabulary that's similar, you get so many words with just like one letter variants that you can end up saying something completely different.
Jay was saying that about the Polish language because he went over to see Alice's family at Christmas last year, and they were playing Scrabble. So he got the dictionary with all the words, and there's like he says if you put one word down, there's like 10 words for chocolate.
Really?
That are all spent with like two letters difference and stuff like that. He said it's unbelievable. He said you can never win at Scrabble. Lime says I can say that Spanish is completely different in Costa Rica than it is in Mexico, than it is in the Caribbean, and of course than it is in Spain.
I end up being translator and communicator when we go out to Spain a lot of the time. Tends to be the way the cookie crumbles, but whenever we head out with the boys for the trip, the old Jolly Boys trip.
I tried being clever last time I was in the Algarve playing. I went to the supermarket, I wanted to get some nibbles and all that malarkey.
Okay.
Of course, obrigados, thank you.
Yeah.
Get to the thing, please, me being clever. Gracias. The look on the girl at the counter, let me tell you, she could have daggered me in the eyes with a sharp stick. Don't do that. Try and be clever. I thought I only know one word in Portuguese, might as well use it. Gracias. Oh dear. So we're in the money. 32 players are in the mixed for a chance of winning the title. And also the first place prize of 23,960. But we're into the money, one person being eliminated in it, and that was LP for 1220. Yes, he is. Kendo is still in. Mr. AK is still in.
Would have been a challenge not to be with the amount of chips that Kendo went through with to
Had a
pass
million.
the first level, but
Yeah, nearly 1 million chips.
not impossible.
With a massive hand yesterday.
Yeah.
If you've not seen it, you need to watch it.
Like sometimes you just sit and you know you're part of a magical hand to cover, and that was definitely one of them. Adrenaline in the room. Lots of players commenting online on the hand already, saying how electric the atmosphere was in the room during that hand. I think there was a really unique moment when Kendo's in the absolute blender on the river, and he has a quick glance behind to see how long is left on the clock, and the whole room is just staring at him. The pressure that's going to feel in that moment is, even for a seasoned player. Kendo carried himself very well at the table. I imagine he's. I don't know him, but it looked like he's pretty comfortable around the table and played a bit of poker. So even for someone who's been in that situation before, that is going to be a tough one. Yeah, iconic hand. One to check out if you haven't already.
We get a walk. We get a walk. And we're going over to the tables, out of table action. And we've got 8. Oh, the festival nuts on the way, maybe, to survive.
Ace versus Ace Jack.
Jamie Munro's got the ace jack and flops a jack.
An 8 or 8 or a 10.
And it's a 4 on the river. We're going to lose Dave Moran. I'm in 32nd. And Jamie Munro, Aria's going to be writing another list soon. Oh! You'll be writing another list soon. Oh man. That should be fun. We've clipped it out on our social media and also on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, Stuart. The link has been sent out by Lime. The whole hand was about 15 minutes long.
You can there's a highlight video on the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page,
Okay.
which is of the last part of the stream, and it's about 2 minutes into that. So if you go onto the Grosvenor Poker Facebook page, there's a video that's titled something along the lines of highlights from day 1D, and it's about 2 minutes into that. I think the actual video itself is about an hour and a bit long, but the hand felt like it was about an hour and a bit long when we were in it, that's for sure. It was quite wild. For context, we had Welland come to the table yesterday and keep us so entertained for so long.
Straight over again to the outer table. We've got Grant with the ace 10 against Marius checks pocket jacks.
Or Jack in the window.
Oh, well, Queen's now working for Grant Cook. Not anymore.
Not anymore. That is going to be GG.
Not anymore.
Grant.
That's why I've just put 20
There we
quid
go.
on the last minute.
Marius with the jacks.
Marius finished second yesterday in the bounty comp. Finished second in the bounty tournament.
Go on, man, yes.
Oh. And Dino Sinclair, who was sat next to him, has just shouted over to Keith Littlewood, who's put a little book together for the MPL. And he says, "Go on then, give me a price on Marius for the MPL." He went 16 to 1. He says, "Stick me a score on it." I love it. Brilliant. Another one done.
It's so sad. How does he find the wall? I've defended every big line.
They're the prizes when we get to the final 9. That's when we get to the final table.
Yeah, I understand, Will. I think actually the players at the table handled the whole situation pretty well, considering you could have looked at it one or two ways, but they've all got the ability to call the clock in their arsenal if they weren't happy with the amount of time that a player was taking. And
Yes.
when it got to that hand, the clock was called by, I think it was actually watching it back, you had, I think it was Josh and Paul either side of him. Josh went up, had an engagement with the floor, and it looked like at that stage that there was a suggestion of a clock. Paul whips around, I think it was him that called the clock. And there'd been a number of hands that had been taking a long time pre-flop before that, so perfectly within their rights to call the clock.
Yep.
And these day ones are so well structured that you just get an opportunity to chip away throughout the day, so just one of those really.
So if you are just tuning in, we are down in the money. We're down to 30. The bubble was 34, and that was Gareth McGee busting out. You were saying that Gareth started with chunks today.
Just under 70 blinds today for Gareth, and must have had a pretty turbulent outer table experience early on day 2. But min cash good for £1,260 here. 33 players in the money in Edinburgh. We're going to be going down to crowning a king in Scotland who's going to take home north of £23,000 in Edinburgh for their efforts.
Keep tuned in, it's going to be a cracker. LP in the money, Dave Moran in the money, and we've just seen Grant Cook in the money, which means we're down to 30. All slowly whittled down. The Dillon stream. No, I didn't catch up.
So Harry gonna crack the can open with 6-5 in this one. Raise from +1, trying to put the pressure on the blinds. So we've got Libin in the big blind, short stacked. Harry going to be leaning on all his experience now, just trying to put players in difficult spots. Stephen Mackay in to proceedings as well. And Owen Nelson on YouTube saying Stephen from a similar part of the woods to a rattlesnake from last night. Very different player though. Well, he's got a chunk of chips. North of 80 blinds here. 30 players remaining in Edinburgh. 4 tables of players left in the comp. And it's gone very quickly so far today. 6k, 12k, 12k big blind for the second level of the day. Stephen with the King Jack of Spades, gonna open things up from the hijack, gonna get folds from the blinds. So if you're just tuning in to our coverage, you've missed the bubble bursting, but you're going to be set for a cracking day in Edinburgh. Bubble was burst with Gareth McGee, our 34th place finisher. He cashed for 0, but the rest of the players locked up £1,260 from a 560 entry here in the main event. And prizes just going to be scrolling along the bottom of your screen. Chunk of change for the final tablists. 9th place going to guarantee you £2,830, but these guys aren't here to final table, they're here for the win. And going to see how they navigate the rest of the day. We got Martin in the hijack facing EP action from Stephen with the ace-9 of clubs. Going to be electing to play this one as a 3-bet by the looks of things. Starting the hand with 30 bigs. Harry going to get out of the way in the big blind with the Jack 5 offsuit. Action back round to Stephen with the Ace 9 of clubs. And I'm not sure if these guys have played much together before, but one here as Stephen. I don't think we're going to be seeing 3-bets from Ace 8 very often from Martin. Quite a lot of the time we can evaluate whether or not we're going to have the worst pip in there, but deep as we are, suited ace, Stephen going to be content to take a flop here. King 7-6 rainbow. One as Martin, when checked over, we might want to find a range bet here. I do think that the kind of hands that they're going to open and call could have some King X in there, so wouldn't at all be surprised if he decides to check it on back. But with Ace 10 high, it might be one where we look to try and flush out some equity on the flop. But 3-bet pots, different to single raise pots in terms of our post flop ranges. This one does go check check, 4 of spades on the turn. Steve going to send it over to Martin again. Interesting if Stephen is dialed in here, picking up on some bits and pieces from Martin. Elects to check back again. Feels like we might have sufficient showdown already with Ace 10. Not going to be getting better to fold in terms of pair combos, and I think we probably would have heard from Ace Queen and Ace King pre-flop. So as it stands, Martin happy to try and get showdown here. And Stephen will probably recognise here that we don't have the best hand, and we might be feeling like we need to bluff this one. Does come for 80,000 for half pot on the river. A tough spot here now for Martin.
He plays well, Martin, and he seems to work things out.
Well, completely missed the fact that Stephen's rivered a 9 here, guys. Apologies. So Stephen actually with the best of it now with the 9. Goes for some value with that 9. And I think Ace 10 just a little low in terms of the hands you want to be calling with Ace high here. If we think we've got the best hand. What worse hands do we reasonably expect Stephen to have here? Don't think we're going to be getting calls from Ace 8 pre-flop. Queen Jack suited, maybe, but pretty unfortunate on the run out there for Martin.
Made it. We've made a call. Afternoon, Mr. Go. Watching in Turkey with the father-in-law, Tony. Now we're doing Mr. Go. Which part of Turkey are you in? It'll be about 38 degrees today.
You reckon 38?
Aye. And we're doing giveaways on 888 Twitch only. This event, all events when we do an 888 festival, all giveaways randomly going on to the 888 Twitch stream. So that's where you need to tune in if you are tuning in. We give $22 tickets away randomly during the day.
Hand number 30 ticks in. And Stephen's going to get us underway with the Ace King of Diamonds. Chips up to north of 1.1 milli after that last hand with Martin. fold the king 6 suited. Harry 9-4 offsuit and the small blind going to be out the way as well. All the way around to Adam in the big blind here with the king 5. So just going to get a raise and take for Steve here. Payouts on the screen for your final table. Oh, it's like Martin was busy yesterday evening then. Mick the Mod says he's in the same tourney as Martin last night at Merchant City. He came fourth.
Good lad, old Martin. Like the old one days. While waiting. Move it. Line 612. 35 degrees in Kusadasi. Kusadasi. Sounds lovely. Kusadasi. Lovely. Flying to Bodrum, straight up the hill. You're there. Over to the outer table. We've got Max Rogerson all in with the queens. Called off by Keith with the ace 9. It's about 100,000.
Looks it, doesn't it?
Ace
Diamonds.
9 of diamonds, oh heck.
Got some dodging to do now as the ladies.
Oh, that's nice.
Pretty good turn. Pretty good turn.
Still diamonds. Still diamonds, and it's not Dodgers. Max doubles up to 200,000. Keith. What's Keith? 1, 2. Keith now short stacked.
Only one chip behind as well. I think the happening growth next to him all in, isn't it?
In his customary Manchester United jersey. And the last day of a festival. Gas says it was a great place 30 years ago. So was London. If you remember, it had a street just full of bars and restaurants. Pamacale was a 4-hour drive away from Dolmus. 4-hour drive? That's like Birmingham to Edinburgh, isn't it? Afternoon, Ace Jules. No, a bit less.
My geographical knowledge of the country is
I
an
think
absolute shambles.
I think Birmingham to Edinburgh Drive is about 5. I think. Anyway. Big Sunday. Using your ticket run in here to play the Mystery Bounty main event. And the 22 Mystery Bounty, big or small, come on the poker gods. Good luck, Crazy Scotsman. Playing online. Playing the Mystery Bounty main event and the $22 one as well. Congratulations on winning the token.
this was a spicy one. Harry 3-bet over the open from the ace queen, and has been 4-bet by Stephen here for the big blind. Time bank card requested. Pocket jacks for Harry. Well, I think that Stephen is going to have obviously top end in there, but got some suited broadways, suited ace-x. Looks like he's going to take the lower variance route and drop this one off. Harry saw him in a similar spot earlier in the week where he had jacks against an open from EP and then an LP 4-bet range from the button, but slightly different dynamic here, being it from the big blind. I think this is going to be more weighted towards top of the range, and actually ace king's probably the worst that we're going to see there. So Harry wanting to move away from taking a huge flip spot, and folds the jacks. Oh, disaster.
Oh, alright, we're muted. Oh, got to do it all again.
Incompetence in the commentary box.
See,
Towers muted the microphone, we're all in trouble.
one job. Vincent Gauss says, why don't they wear traditional Scottish things to make it fun? And we've just done a full scene and we were muted.
Sounds about right, doesn't it? Sounds about right.
That's the kind of buffoonery you get in the chat box. You really do. Can't believe it. Oh, all muted. Got to do it all again.
Yeah. Do you reckon your bluff's getting through in the World Series if you sit down with that on?
Look, you know what I said to Dan Charlton? You can't wear a Hooters hat and expect to get a bluff through.
Yeah,
and since then, he's not won a hand. He's
did.
not made a day two.
Well,
he's changed his hat, and what's he
changed the
done?
hat.
He's made day two of the Millionaire Maker.
There you go.
Changed his hat.
There you go.
So, yes, we're on his way to Aberdeen via Dundee. And we're going to have some... We've still got some tablet left. Some Scotch tablet to die on. But thanks to Dennis for that. It's actually very nice.
It is,
The condensed milk in that is beautiful. So thanks for that. We've had Scotch pies all week. We've had all kinds of things. So thank you very much indeed. So yeah, I think we should. I think everybody, when you get to the final table, everybody should be given one of these as a prize. Wee Jimmy. Yeah. How's Kendo doing? We'll get chip counts to the first break. Kendo's still in. He is still in. He is still in. We have just lost Daniel Hawkes in 30th. Hey dear. Tired, Davey?
Someone might have had a fatality.
That was the biggest stretch I've ever heard in my life. He says, oh.
Great now.
So we're going quickly over to the outward tables because what we got here, we've got all sorts going on.
We've got Max, who looks to have bet 199k pre with 1k behind. Called by Tom and Marius.
Oi.
So big pot here on the outer table.
So we've left herself 1k. Flop. Ace, Queen, 9. Flop is Ace, Queen, 9. Tom's going to bet 16. Marius in the tank. Tom sat there with about, 450? Oh, Marius is bringing out raising chips to 80,000.
Wow.
Tom gets out of the way. Marius has got 10s. 10s? Why are you raising with 10s? Wow. But ace 9 for 2 pair on the flop means that I'm guessing Tom would have been beating the 10s but not the ace 9. Oh man. So full double there for Max. But who's just had 20 quid on Marius for the league if he's betting like that into a dry pot? Oh man. Tom was like, what are you raising for? But it was a 600k pot for Max. Yeah, it's a huge double up. Treble up actually. Up to 600,000. Hi Annette, come to join us. We are in the money now. We're down to 29 as we've lost Daniel Hawkes in the money, Grant Cook, David Moran and LP. The bubble was Gareth McGee, who started the day with 70 bigs and bust on the bubble with ace 7 against ace 10.
How are we doing, Annette? Hope you're well. And we've got that Greek in the chat as well on Twitch.
Hi, that Greek. I am that Greek.
And Zep GG. Happy main event Sunday indeed to all of you joining. It's been a great week of streaming for the team here in Edinburgh, culminating in today's action. Being the showpiece.
Steve McKay, chip lead with 84 bigs, huge chip lead for him on the table. The longest day was yesterday and today. It is indeed. It's exactly the same, even though we have the longest day of visiting on the 21st. The 22nd is exactly the same, and then it starts to dip down. Winter starts tomorrow. That's it. There were scenes at the Stonehenge, wasn't there?
Record turnout for the sunrise. Yeah, record turnout.
Record turnout with the sunrise at the summer solstice. Never been to Stonehenge, never interested me whatsoever.
My mum's mum, who's now passed, bless her, she used to live in a place called Shepton Mallet.
Was she a granny or a grandma or a nanny?
She was a granny.
Granny.
She was a granny, yeah. Yeah. On my dad's side we had Nan and Granddad, and she was a granny. And I never met my mum's dad, and he died early, but my granny used to live in Shepton Mallet, down in Somerset. So whenever we go up, we just go past Stonehenge.
Ah, right, okay.
and there always used to be sort of like the halfway mark between home. Whenever you drove past Stonehenge, you knew you were halfway. It's always your benchmark. But yeah, never actually like got out and had a walk around it. You stopped at the services there once or twice, but does draw them for Solstice, that's for sure.
It does. And it was nice that it was nice.
Well, that may well have been what drew them. It may well have been what drew them.
A lovely morning.
And as you go west past there, it's like you just get farming, a smell in the air of farm, agriculture, everything, until you get all the way into Somerset. Ghost of the Maybury might be back.
I know, yeah. There's just a hand appeared.
Yeah.
Afternoon, Valerie. How are you?
Yeah, afternoon, pal.
What's happening today at Laval? Shepton, the old West Country shows.
Yeah, I haven't been for a long time now. I think last time we were down there was for a funeral with my sir, but that must have been a good almost 10 years ago now, I think.
So we're on 29. Down to a champ sometime tonight.
Well, Nathan jogged back to his seat just in time for this hand. I'll be pleased he did. Looks down at the aces from MB. Billy not really doing anything with the 10-9. Harry on the button. 7-8 of hearts. I think we're going to be continuing this one as Harry. Just from what we've seen so far today, he's played a reasonably pre all day. Adam with the deuces in the small blind is going to look to set mine here. Chris with the 7-8 offsuit in the big blind, going to come along for the ride as well. So 3-way to a flop.
King 3-4 is the flop. Aces just sat there waiting. There's an ace in 8.
Yeah, I did see that one, Mick. I think the dealer just off the top of the deck got caught with the king, but got shown face up. Redeal gets sent with the aces here, but neither player has a candidate that's going to be taking any further participation in this one. Just going to get this one through as Nathan.
Yeah, Yanis Liparis did win 170,000. Didn't win it in the World Series. He won it in the, was it the Aria? Not the World Series, but he won it at the Aria. Jay made day 2 of the Millionaire Maker, which starts again today for day 2. Good luck to him, plus all the countless other Brits. The big update overnight was Benny Glazer winning his 3rd bracelet in 3 weeks. That's the big news.
Incredible. Eighth bracelet in 10 years.
Yeah. 8th bracelet, 10 years, 3 in 3 weeks. Just unbelievable. Billy with the ace jack. Says I'm all in.
All in over the all in from Martin from Gun.
Ace jack.
This is
Seems a bit
a
bit loose.
little wide.
Ace
for Billy
jack.
there.
Is he doing it with ace 10? Isn't it? Does he think 6s, 7s, 8s or 9s maybe?
10 bigs from Gun. I guess he's thinking that.
Billy Henderson with the ace jack. Martin is off.
Oh, what are they? They're
All the time banks are both in the
racing
middle.
to get the time banks in first. Billy with the get up behind the chair. Time banks in the middle manoeuvre. All of a sudden, there's additional 9 jacks in the deck. We're going to see 5. We'll start with 3 guys at the feature.
Billy can't be eliminated, but it'll put him down to about 4 bigs if he loses.
And he's in big trouble here. 8 of spades on the turn. Just 3 jacks once for Billy to get off the hook here.
It is not. It is not. So Billy down to 71,000.
We've already seen
4.5
Billy,
bigs.
Billy this week spun up. It was at the high roller FT, wasn't it? He went down to just about 2 blinds at one point and span that back in. So doable, but gonna need some run good now as Billy. Martin with a full double with the ace queen.
Indeed it, indeed it, indeed it. And we'll quickly nip over. And we have 8 3s against ace queen. Terry Graham with the ace queen. Needing an ace or a queen. And it's a 7. Ace queen, no good. So Terry Graham is going to bust out from seat number 9. Unlucky set. And well played for getting into the cash here in Edinburgh. Terry Graham busted ace queen into 53. Luke Basley. Very nice indeed. So Billy down to 4.5. He won't be hanging about for sure.
Yeah, I reckon we've got about 20 minutes left of the session, roughly.
I think you're right.
And, been a good opening session. Got from 38 down to 29.
Give me 5 then. Give me 5 then. You'll win it if you give me 5.
Afternoon Simon on YouTube. Welcome into the coverage. Looks like Billy going to get after it straight away with the king deuce.
Yeah, he will not be hanging about as we thought.
Fold through Stephen, back round to Martin in the big. Takes a look at 1. Oh yeah, going to be calling here.
71.
Going to be calling here.
Is he going to take all of them?
Come for the rest.
Turns over ace 10 against the king deuce. Does Martin get the final remains of Billy Henderson's chips? Time banks are in again. All the chips are in.
Going to see 5. We'll start with 3, and we're going to need some help for Billy.
Kings needed now. 2's been taken out of the equation.
Yeah. We need one of the 3 remaining kings in the deck.
It is not. It's an ace. Billy Henderson busting out in 28th. for £1,220. Means we're down to 27. Well played, Billy. 1,220. Just get a slight increase now to 1,280 with 27 players left. So we're on 27. Really shortly with 3 tables of 9. Slight page up to 1280.
Condensed stacks in the middle of the pack here on the feature. Behind Stevens, significant chip advantage. 4 or 5 players between 30 and 25 blinds. Here with the pocket 9s. Raises up to 32k. Stephen folding the cut off. Martin with the ace jack on the button. With newly found riches from Billy's stack. Let's see this one come as a 3-bet, but versus gun could quite plausibly see just a call on the button.
Yeah, I prefer. Ace 10 I probably call. Ace jack I might raise.
That looks, yeah, it's gone for 3-bet, goes to 80k.
I think ace 10 suited I'm calling it ace jack. I think I'm doing what Martin does and 3 bets to 80.
I think mainly perhaps like an ace jack it's a call rather than raise versus under the gun from Harry. Harry's opening maybe slightly later ring. But with 16 blinds, sorry, 16k big blind.
Do you think you're going to open this as bottom as we get? The 9s?
Well, just going to exert maximum pressure as Harry
Harry
goes for the rip.
What heart from Harry.
This is just player dependent now, this rip tower. Just thinks the mine's going to be wide enough that we're going to have hands in here that we can get to fold. And ace jack of hearts being one of them, so nice pick up for Harry. Sorry, your question. Do I think 9s is bottom from gun? No, I don't think necessarily. I think we're probably going to see 7s and 8s in there as well. Going to see some, well, in terms of pairs, yeah, I think we're going to see 7s and 8s in there as well.
Quickly show over. Oh, Harry's not going to be right in the list much if this stuff goes wrong. Jamie Munro, ace queen. 10s for Luke Basley.
Yeah, diamond's not a thing either, just an ace or a queen.
And it's a 7. So we cash, and a decent week for Jamie Munro, but finishing in 27th. Luke gets another one, takes another one out. His stack is building very nicely indeed.
That's what I would call you, right?
So Jamie Munro busting out 27th for 1,280. We are on a break in 12 minutes time-ish.
Harry with the queens now in the big 3-bet into 120k. Stephen 10-9 suited here. Don't think Harry's one of the players we want to be going post with this holding. Does decide to fold. What time do we think final table? I said about 5:30 earlier. That was my line on the final table, but maybe slightly later.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we're still 3 tables out at this moment in time.
Yeah, I did think that. I actually thought we'd have a slightly longer bubble, and then the recoil would be
Yeah.
way more intense than it has been. But
All about the next session.
absolutely,
It's definitely all about the next session.
I say that you're on your golf tourneys. That Saturday's your moving date. Well, the next
Yep.
session is moving session for the remaining 3 tables. That's the best analogy we can use for that one. About 10 minutes left of this session. 8k, 16k with a 16k big blind ante. Stephen with the 7s. Gonna open this one up. Perception will be that Stephen's going to be opening a lot of pots at the chip leader, but he's just had a lot of hands, really. I mean, it's not like we're getting wildly out of line as Stephen on any occasion that I've seen so far. But he's going to run into invited confrontation again here. Nathan with the ace queen going to be opting to play this as a 3-bet, and Stephen just going to be wondering what he's got to do to get a raise to not get 3-bet. It's like every time we open we get 3-bet as Stephen, but Harry King 8 not going to be participating here. Folds. We've got Adam in the big blind with ace 10. I think this is going to be folded.
It is on the big 74 to call. Stephen in C number 6.
Yeah, and the reason why I think Stephen might let this one go purely being that we're going to be down to 1 SPR already if we do make this call. Haven't really got the depth to be navigating anything post. If we don't flop a set, it's going to be difficult.
They're the final table numbers when we eventually get there later tonight. £2,830 for 9. What's in the bags? What's in the bags? What's in the bags? What's in the bags? Where, go get the bags. Go
those
get
bad
them. Go
boys?
get them. What's in there? 888 merchandise. Oh. $11 so past the hour of 2 o'clock in the United Kingdom. Whenever you may be, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's Monday morning in Sydney.
Yep.
If you're watching in Australia.
G'day. just going to find a raise here with the 8-6 in the big blind. I think we just want to be checking this one, particularly 8-6 offsuit. And with the suited king in the small, wouldn't be surprised to see this one go to a flop. Having said that, Chris has not been out of line at all at this table. This is spot as Chris, where we want to have some hands from the big blind, where we're trying to fold out this completing equity from Adam, but maybe just on another occasion a slightly different candidate would be better. So like the intention, just maybe a slight adjustment on the selection from Chris. Chris Welsh, 21 blinds for him. Stephen still with the chip lead at the table. Harry stretching out to just north of 40 bigs now.
Well, unfortunately, we didn't get the bust out. But Max Rogerson, who just trebled up to 600,000 and near 40 big blinds, has just bust out on the outer table. So we don't know what happened there, but they're obviously a huge pot or a couple of biggies. But out in 26th for £1,280 is Max Rogerson, leaving us with 25, heading to the first break of the day in 5 minutes' time. As the seniors are coming in and sitting down for the event. Sitting down with just 22 in the seniors.
There's a 5k guarantee on that?
There is £2,000 overlay at the minute.
Well, going to need to go some for the
seniors.
seniors then. Just 4 levels of late reg in that one, I think.
Just 4 levels of late reg.
I think it's 4.
It is, you're right. It's 30-minute clock for the first 4 levels and then 25-minute clock throughout.
That's it, yeah. I seem to remember that was on the graphic from yesterday, and I think it's
late reg and the level 4.
6 levels of late reg in the big shot, I think, later on today.
So, we're in level number 1. There's a £2,000 overlay at the moment in the seniors. They're all having a lazy Sunday afternoon somewhere. And there you go, happy Ray. Let's say I'm off. We'll get Easty and then I'll go and play the seniors.
Is Dave in? Dave playing?
I don't know if Dave Blacklaw's in.
Don't know.
Not seen him. He's not coming to say hello to the boys if he has turned in. He'll have said he's coming just so he don't have to bring the pies in again. Great pies from David Blacklaw yesterday, let me tell you.
Oh,
they were
chicken
delicious.
curry pie.
I have haggis and peppercorn sauce. Oh,
now we're talking.
You don't have to make some good pies up north.
Now we're talking. I have had my eyes well and truly open this week to the world of the pie.
You make some good pies. Let me tell you, some cracking fillings. Why don't they think about that down south? We need to open a pie shop, me and thee.
Do you reckon that's the
I
old...
reckon we might eat a lot of the profits, but we haven't.
Well, don't know about the profits. We might eat the produce, let alone the profits. We might be the only pie shop that never opens for sales because all the produce has already just been eaten.
We need a pie shop with a little bit of
What would you
imagination.
call it? What would you call it if you had a pie shop? What would you call it?
Oh, I've got to think about that one.
Yeah. Have a think about it. I'll tell you what, have a think about it over the next break. And when you come back from break, let us know what your pie shop's going to be called.
Oh, the iced cappuccinos, they've shrunk in size.
Oh,
What's happened there?
I didn't realise they shrunk down like that.
Tim Hortons, you Robin, but what's happened there?
They were full then when I picked them up.
Unreal, look at this.
Look how they've shrunk down.
Unbelievable. Dennis has brought in the Tim Hortons iced cappuccinos.
Look at 'em.
And I
Look at
didn't
this.
even ask for them this time.
Look at this.
But I know this guy who's brought in the amazing tablet. Always brings in a Tim Hortons iced cappuccino because it's my favourite
I'll
drink.
not do them next time.
Look at that. What's happened there?
Unbelievable.
Tim Hortons. Shame on you. Thanks, Dennis.
Enjoy.
Are you in the
Star.
seniors?
Yeah, I'm going in now.
Go on,
When you
Dennis.
bust the seniors, are you going into the big shot?
Yes.
Good lad.
When you bust a scene, he's going to win it.
Cheers, Dennis. Iced cappuccinos for the team. Right, he's a good lad, oh, Dennis. He's a good lad. Just in time for the break as well.
I can't believe you just rubbed him down like that.
What?
He's just come in here. This week he's given us tablet, he's brought in iced coffees.
Yeah.
Dennis, when you bust the seniors, what are you jumping in next? Come off it.
Ah, you know how he plays. Looks like Walsall is just going to overlay £1,000. And with no NPL points up for grabs in that one, that's not a bad result.
Yeah, well, we've got a spicy one on the feature here, Tower. We've got King Deuce of Clubs for Stephen, open from the button. Nathan defended the big blind with 5-4, and it's come Jack 4-4, 2 clubs. Nathan here, the effective stack. Got 25, maybe just south 23 now. Active. It's going to play raise straight away, bumps it up to 55. Action back over to Stephen.
Is there a new main table after the break? Yes, there is.
Yeah, we'll have the information for that one for you after this hand.
We will.
I think with King High clubs here, as Stephen, we're probably happy to just play cool. If we had nut club draw, might be one of those that we look to run it now, but happy to evaluate, well, deuce on the turns. If we were up against the club draws, we pick up some showdown here as Stephen, but with 198 in, I imagine as Nathan, we're just going to be sizing here to get this in on rivers. Looks like something around 75k.
Last hand of the session.
Goes for 85. So back over to Steve now. And I think we're going to see him fold here, Tower. Does opt to make the call, so we're going to the river and 0.6 for Nathan. 8 of hearts bricks out for Steve. Backdoor hearts do get there. And, I think this is clear as day for Nathan now. Almost let this tick down to about 10 seconds and we'll be requesting the triangle.
Not too scared of the hearts at all, to be fair.
Play a time bank. It might be one where, as Nathan, we always going to go for the lot. Feels like we should with the SPRs at the state they are, but we're only really hoping that Stephen's got some Jack X, so we could go small, try and induce, but looks like I'm going to go for all of it. Yeah, it does go for all of it. I feel like if we're going to have bluffs here, we're never going to be going small, so when we do have value, we want to be going for it all. Stephen in a bit of a tough spot, really, with deuce, because what are the bluffs here? The bluffs are missed clubs, and there are some. Now, I know we have clubs in range, but a lot of those suited King X combos might even find 3-bets from the big blind at some frequency. So when we find this deuce, are we really going to go for it on the river here? If we river like an 8, if we have like 7-8 of clubs or 8-6 of clubs, something like that, you know, the bluffs here are missed clubs, and the missed club combos that want to bluff this river, as Stephen, we do beat. So a spot now for Stephen on the river.
King tens, the queen nines.
Does decide to drop it off
Into the bin they go. We will see you back here in 15 minutes. New table on its way. We're in the money. 888.
PLO 5 and 6 is a lot of fun, and because it is a new game, there is a huge opportunity for those who want to study it. So the more cards you add to your hand, the closer the equities will be. So it is more important to have nut potential and actually to play less hands, give priority to play in position, and sometimes take the decisions and deciding if you're going to build up the pot to next streets. Having redraws and backdoors are extremely important. I know all of this is also very important in PLO 4, but as you add cards, it becomes even more important. I think the biggest mistake in all the PLO games is pre-flop hand selection. A lot of times players are on the flop with hands they shouldn't even be. And of course they go to the turn and to the river also with hands they shouldn't be. They get into tricky situations, then ended up not having the nuts so often, and they ended up losing a lot of money because of this. With more cards in your hand, you're gonna hit the board more frequently. So do your opponents. When you have a flush, and if it's not the nut flush, it's more likely that someone will have the nut flush. So you have to be very, very careful with the hands you put a lot of money in. You want to have the nut potential on the river, so when you actually make a good hand, you're gonna gain a lot of value from it, because the most part of the money you're gonna win is from players putting a lot of money with hands they shouldn't. So second nut, third nut flush, when you're holding the nut flush. So you should hand select very well with hands that you can have the nut on the river. So if you're going to play PLO 5 and 6 cards for the first time, a good piece of advice would be to not prioritize big pocket pairs. They are still very good, of course, aces are great, but the side cards of your hand are extremely important. Not every pocket aces will be actually a very good hand. You don't necessarily want to go all in with these hands pre-flop, especially multi-way. You need a lot of nut potential. So you need the pocket aces with the nut flush possibility, hopefully double suited, hopefully not blocking several cards of the same suit in your hand. So you don't want to have the ace of spades and another 3 cards of spades, and so on. So you need to pay attention to all the components of the hand in order to see if it's actually a good or a mediocre starting hand. Having the nuts on the flop doesn't necessarily mean that you will have the nuts until the river. So having redraws and backdoors are extremely important. In a flop, for an example, 9-8-7 with a flush possibility, let's say you only have the nuts straight, but you don't have any backdoor or any redraw. If a player pots, the other repots, you may consider folding your nuts, because probably they have the nuts as well, and they might have a redraw or a backdoor. So they are performing better than you would, and you would be free rolled a lot of times. So having the possibility to improve on later streets, it's very, very important. Blockers are very important in PLO. If you're deciding to run a bluff, this is a very important piece of information to have. In PLO 5 and 6, having blockers is good, but you must be mindful that people have more cards in their hand, so they still will have that portion of their range more often than in PLO 4, for an example. So blockers are less important in PLO 6 than they are to PLO 5 than they are to PLO 4. PLO games are a lot of fun. It can be 4, 5, or 6 cards. 888 Poker has a lot of PLO games happening all the time in all stakes, so check out for yourself, and of course, good luck!
I only thought about poker. It's the only thing I wanted to do. It's the only thing I've ever wanted to do.
Oh man, poker is so tough. Like, oh, this is so hard. This is easy. You guys don't know what tough is.
Right, the fact that he never acknowledged that, and then throughout the hand, kind of every step of what he did fit into this story of like, I just didn't think the guy had it.
Some people love you. Some people can't stand you. Is the shtick, is it real? Is that who you are?
Last year at the $1 Million game, the first day, $4 million in play were my millions. They were my $4 million.
It's awesome, Tuck.
There's 3 queens left in the deck. Can Marciano find one? He can't! It's over! Ian Simpson has won 888 Live Madrid, and he takes home the trophy and 62,000 euros.
Hi everyone, I am Ian Simpson, 888 Poker Ambassador, and the first ambassador to win an 888 Live Main Event, which feels surreal saying it out loud. Every 888 Live is exciting to travel to. Going into Madrid and all of the tournaments on the schedule, I was feeling good. I was feeling confident. I was feeling jubilant because I'm with the 888 family. First bullet didn't go well, but that's okay. That's just poker. My second bullet just went perfectly. What else can I say about it? Whenever I play a tournament, I always think about what it's going to be like to win it, which is silly because it's so rare to win tournaments. Whenever the prize pool first comes up on the board, I look at first place and I think, there's a chance. Early on day one, I had a 3-way all-in with pocket kings, pocket tens, and pocket eights, and my pocket kings had a perfectly clean run out for a massive pot to go into day 2. That hand holding is the difference between a deep run and busting on day 1. You don't win a tournament without so many things going your way. There was a wild hand, there was many wild hands at the final table. One, I looked down at aces under the gun, which is a dream. So I open, a player who's been 3-betting light against me specifically, shall we say, 3 bets, and there's a cold 4-bet, and I've got a decision to make. And it crossed my mind to flat call and see if the 3-better wanted to get spicy, or if post-flop I could cooler the opponent who would 4-bet. But the solver doesn't have any flats here, it's just all in or fold. And I thought a flat would just look super suspicious. And I will jam here as a bluff sometimes. I did jam, as it happened. The 4-better made an amazing, outstanding fold. Tip my hat to that fold, folding ace-king suited. But that was still a monster pot with it going 2-bet, 3-bet, 4-bet. So nice way to scoop some chips. So the pocket kings hand that I folded on this final table got me a bit of flack. My DMs were lighting up. Twitch chat was a little bit wild. I'm still happy with the fold, even after seeing in hindsight that my opponent had a bluff and I had him drawing extremely thin. Because you can't just look in a vacuum at one hand and say, they were bluffing, you had the best hand, it's a bad decision. You have to take into account everything else going on at the table. What's the ICM impact of this going wrong? How is your edge at this final table? Do you think you're the best player? Can you make some tighter folds because of that? And what is the overall range of your opponent? After the fold, I was just happy. I was just content. I was still content with the fold because I'm going to make a million mistakes in this game. You've made a million mistakes in this game. It's good. We learn from mistakes. It's part of the journey. When you get to heads up, there's only 2 outcomes. Winning or coming second. And of course, winning is magic and rare and wonderful as a tournament player. And I was picturing both. And every time there was a confrontation, I'm picturing the outcomes of winning this pot and losing this pot. I had my opponent all in, covered, and dominated. And they had 3 outs. And the river comes, blam, the river an 8 against my ace-jack. And I heard my rail just sigh, the biggest collective sigh. And they're doing it on my behalf. I'd already pictured that 8 coming. I'd already prepared myself because that is an eventuality in poker that you get rivered. And if you watch my face, I've watched that moment back and I'm just content. Mental fortitude is an incredibly difficult thing in poker it's a lifetime commitment to keeping on top of your mental game. We've battled through hundreds of players. We've battled through a grueling final table with lots of swings. It's 4 a.m. and my opponent jams for about 9 big blinds. I look down at my hand, everything slows down and happens so quickly all at once. It's quite strange. And I see an ace and immediately I'm thinking, this is a call because heads up, we're short, an ace is a damn good card. I make the call almost automatically. Reach in, put the chips in, see his hand, and at this point, he's already outdrawn me in some all-in confrontations. And we're a 60-40 for the title and for the top prize of 62,000 euros. The window card is an ace, so obviously that's amazing. My opponent's drawing very thin, but not dead. My opponent turns chop outs, so it's 4 in the morning, and there's a card to come that could extend this battle even longer. And then the river happened, and it was clean, and we won. And all the tension just sort of flooded out of me. And my rail went crazy. There's no way to describe it that does it justice, having won a tournament that's part of my brand, and having so many people back home and so many people there cheering me on, and so many people jubilant for me, and making eye contact with all the different people who were waiting for the finality of this tournament, and seeing them smiling and happy for me. You see stories like this of poker players winning poker tournaments. You scroll social media on a Monday after the Sunday grind, and it's players bragging about their wins. What you don't see are the thousands of hours of study and the thousands of tournaments the professional poker players brick all the time. Remember that whenever you're seeing interviews like this, or people bragging on social media, and just keep doing what you're doing. Keep studying, keep battling, and keep fighting. That's all you can do. And wouldn't you know it, after we filmed this, I played the UKPL event in Newcastle and went on to win it, becoming the first ambassador to win a UKPL. I'm having quite the 2025.
Yes guys, I'm Jack mate, and this is my cousin Sonny, and we are out here in Barcelona for the 888 main event. Now, we've already busted in the tournament, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
It's not gone great, but next month we are once again playing in the world's biggest poker tournament. Sonny, it's going to be your first time, are you?
First time. I'm buzzing. I'm really looking forward to it.
Now, we don't really know what we're doing when we're at the poker table. So 888 have set us up today with poker god Ian Simpson, who's won a few tournaments in his time, let me tell you.
It's over. Ian Simpson has won 888 Live Madrid.
It's a spade on the river for Ian Simpson. The crowd go wild.
So we're about to meet him and get some top tips from the man himself, ready for Las Vegas. Let's do it. Okay, we're here. We're inside the casino with the main man, Ian. Ian, just hit us, mate. We need as many tips as you can give us today, please.
I will prepare you.
Let's do it again.
Welcome back, everybody. We got a new feature table lineup for you. The guys are just taking their seats at the table. So I think the colour up's going on as well, with some of the red chips and green chips going out of play from before the break. So we'll run through the lineup for you quickly, and then we'll have a look at the schedule for today in the card room, and then the 8-8 for the rest of the year. So we've got Ray Phelan in 1, off a stack of about 350k. Keith Littlewood in 2. Tom Gill in 6.
800?
810, says it.
800? Tom Gill?
There you go.
Go on, Tom.
Dino's going to be in 7. We've got Marius in 8 and Chico in 9.
Chico time.
And for the rest of today, this is what is going on at the Maybury today. So we're focusing our coverage on day 2 of the main event. This has been on your screens since 12 on a 20-minute delay. We'll be going all the way through to crowning a champion. The seniors is underway. It looks like that's overlaying a little bit in club at the moment, so maybe a little bit of added value in the seniors.
The big shot.
Yeah, and then the big shot kicking off at 3 o'clock. That's got a 15k guarantee, that big shot, for a tour. That's a big one. That's a big one. So going to be checking that out over the rest of the stream. We'll keep an eye on the side events, and this is what the 888 schedule looks like for the rest of the year. 4th stop on the tour in Edinburgh at the moment. Then we go to Liverpool at the back end of September. Looking forward to that one a lot. And Coventry in November. Just before that, Liverpool, we've got the 888 Poker Live in London from the 4th to the 14th of September. The jewel in the crown of that one being an 1100 plus juice main event. That is going to be a great stop on the circuit, that's for sure.
Back after the refurb as well, it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, that's our next stop in London.
But our actual next stop is London, indeed. Indeedy. And we'll get you that schedule up before we leave today.
Yeah. So it looks like we're just about ready to get underway on the feature. Get in there. These were the chip counts of the guys.
And it's Baisley, not Basley.
Baisley, okay.
Baisley, not Basley.
Okay, Luke
Sorry,
Baisley.
Luke.
Yeah, so that's
1.3 mil, chip leader. Well done to Luke Kendo in second, Steve McKay in third with $1 million, Tom Gill on 810, Neil Feenan up to 790. Go on, Neil. Neil Gray, Stu McAnally still in. Hardly seen much of McSwally on Stu.
We saw Harry at the feature table in the first session, moving out to the outers now.
Chico still in, and a couple under 10 bigs mid in, and SX, is that Shaw?
Not sure.
Tower 009, how are we doing? We are all good, thank you. Welcome back. This is the next session. Lines 10,000, 20,000. We'll do a keyword in about, we'll say 3 o'clock. We'll do the next keyword at 3 o'clock.
Right, 5 second spoiler on the cricket.
It's already explained.
Oh, right, fine.
He's on the feature table.
In case there's anyone else in the chat who's going to complain when we talk about the cricket over the course of the day, then. England are 394 for 6.
Has he got his 100?
Harry Brook is still on 97.
Oh.
Ollie Pope got 100.
Lime's just having an omelette. She's can he hear 2 minutes?
I think you're allowed 2 minutes, Lime.
I think you're allowed a lot more than 2 minutes sometimes, Lime.
Well, I don't think it's an omelette that Keith's got, but he's got a bit of lunch. Man United man Keith Littlewood in seat 2.
In the money. And these points will take him top, won't they? These points from the NPL will take him top of the leaderboard. In the NPL.
Tom with the King 4 out the way. Dino going to fold the Jack 6. We're going to be round to Marius on the button. Not going to be folding here as Marius, Ace King for 20, well, for 14, sorry, that's going into the middle. Chico not got a candidate there. And Ray going to fold the big as well, so Marius wins the first hand after the first session. And for those of you who are rejoining us from the first session, welcome back. I enjoyed that first table. I thought it was a good,
yes, it was
fascinating dynamics all over the place. Get into the money and then see how everybody reacts after that. But Harry was the star of the show on that first table.
Dino.
Might be 1-3. This finishes earlier. If I got tonight, I might not be using it. I'll be getting straight back to it.
For those of you who are just tuning in across socials, good afternoon and welcome to Edinburgh in Scotland, the 4th leg of the UKPL core circuit, 888 festivals. We're streaming live on Twitch, 888 Poker TV, and on YouTube and Facebook as well. Looks like Dino's got his lunch delivery coming in. I think Valet walked up with a second sandwich and Dino said, "That's not for me, but I'll have it if no one wants it," after he's just got his first one put down. Yeah, so covered it on the first session of the day, but there is a 15-second shot clock for unopened action pre-flop. As soon as the action is opened, then the clock extends to 30 seconds. Post-flop, 30-second shot clock. Players have got time bank cards, so they can request additional time to consider decisions, but that is the situation with the shot clocks. Afternoon, Happy Ray. How are you? Thanks for joining us in the chat over the course of this week. And thanks to everybody in the chat who's been in the live stream over the course of the week. We've had fantastic support all across social media this week. Is that right, Gas? They absolutely only got themselves to blame then, I guess. Couldn't believe they'd opted to bowl. It's a big decision from England, that, but certainly take the position they're in now after being, when India were 400 odd for, I think 400 odd for 3. Incredible turnaround in the game from England, really. Ray with the 9-7 going to find a bet here. Keith going to fold the 2 overs and the gut shot. I did see that one, Gas, where he got caught off naught for the no ball, yeah. Who knows? It's going to be close from here on in. I think going to be close. England, India in cricket.
Just calling him out on the live stream. Check his out. That's what's brought him up.
Here is with the Queen 6 of Diamonds. And we may have experienced more weather conditions in this corridor over the course of the week than they have outside. We've had Sahara Desert.
We did.
We've had the Arctic. And we've now got a wind tunnel.
We had monsoon coming in.
We've got a glorious 888 poker banner that is acting as a divider from the card room next door to where Tara and I are sat in this corridor with Paul. And nice little breeze at the minute coming through. Just picked up and almost sent the barrier on top of us. So, one to keep an eye on. We've got Keith completing the small blind here. Tom checking the big blind, and Keith going to go for it on 8-9-7 on the deuce. With bottom pair, up and down straight draw to accompany, says, I'm just going to take this pot. Keith Littlewood, just south of 10 BBs. Yeah, I saw Sid Lawrence passed away. I think all of the players were wearing black armbands today in recognition. Over 400 now. Just 70 behind, only 3 wickets in hand now though, so it's going to be a close one, Gas. That is for sure. Marius folds gun, the 5 deuce, Chico. Jack 5 of clubs in the hijack. Something tells me we're going to be hearing that a fair bit over the course of the next session.
Time! All in. Well in, Ray. We'll call with ace 10. It's folded. This one's going to get the whole way through. Dino reveals the 10-7.
No, Gas. I actually had a trial with Surrey when a bit younger. Grew up in Guildford. So, yeah, had a go with...
What was that?
Nah, it's alright. It's on the way. Sorry to get distracted, Gas.
We got the back door on.
We've got the sway. I think it's because the main card room door has been closed. So the wind's been trapped. I've put two and two together here, Poirot.
Excuse me, open the door in the card room,
I've put two and
please.
two together that when the main card room door closes, we become victims of a wind tunnel. And when it's opened, we're alright.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, actually played a little bit when I was younger. Guess. Played with Guildford for a while. Had a go with Surrey, didn't get through, but. Keith from the cut-off with the ace-3 for just under 10 blinds. Marius in the big blind 9-4 of diamonds.
So they're the final payouts when we get to a final table. We are still on 25 players. Last out just before the break was Max Rogerson.
Was at uni when Paul Downton was there before playing for England. It's in Middlesex when he, guess, I think. Paul Downton.
Why was cricket that far behind the times that you still had to be born in the county to play for your cricket for your county, and you weren't allowed to sign anybody else outside? Because that only changed in the 80s, didn't it? Or late 90s?
I think it might have even, yeah, I think it was the 90s. I think it
Yorkshire,
was the 90s.
Yorkshire were the last team, weren't it?
Yeah, I think it was the 90s.
Yorkshire
But there's
were the
almost
last
like that
team.
soft, yeah, that soft rule. It's even still like an underlying thing in cricket now. Like, not nowhere near as bad as at that point, obviously. But
is it very elite?
I wouldn't say
Is
so.
it a bit snobbery cricket?
I would say
It's a bit of a weird rule.
I guess it's a little bit having been in and around cricket for a while growing up. I guess you have a slightly distorted opinion of it. I wouldn't say it's snobby as such, but it's probably that like line between being too inclusive and not open enough. But a lot of sports. I think in almost any sport, locals want to see locals playing for their team doing well.
True.
Yeah.
And I think it happens until you get to the elite side of it anyway. Like your Premier Leagues for your football.
Yeah.
League 1 and League 2 is full of homegrown talent. And then obviously when they get good, they get bought on and sold on.
Yeah.
And they keep the club afloat.
Yeah.
So League 1 and League 2 is all like local talent coming through. There's nothing better. I've seen we had a young kid.
Yeah.
We had a young kid in Rotherham in the late 80s, early 90s called Sean Goodwin. Number 80 played. He was cracking. He was really, really good. And then he was. He did a. I'm gonna say Morrow for Arsenal. Who was the guy that was celebrating the win in the League Cup and broke his shoulder? Got lifted up by another player and couldn't collect his medal because he was in hospital having his elbow, having his shoulder replaced or something. Yeah, was it Morrow, something like that? Morrow. There we go. She was celebrating a League Cup win at Wembley, and Steve Morrow, that's it. He lifted him up, and whoever lifted him up dropped him on his shoulder. Right. Before they got the medal, he had to go to hospital because he broke his shoulder. Oh wow! He was out for 12 months, so he just completely ruined his career. Yeah. But played exactly the same kind of kid at Rotherham United, Sean Goodwin. He was on his way to Everton, and on the last game of the season, they were dancing and jigging him out. He broke his leg, and that was it. End of game. Yeah, I think Tony. That's right, Tony Adams. It was that dropped him.
There's not much room above it. I think he'll be struggling. Can I see a flat? You know we've got this there.
That's the one.
Quite similar. I'm not sharing the double bed.
I do think cricket's one of those sports that completely polarises. There's a lot of people who just have got no time for it. I can understand why, because if you don't enjoy it, when you're not a fan of it, then you're sitting trying to get someone to watch Test match cricket, and it's if you're not a fan of it, you don't want to watch it. But if you do enjoy it and you do love it, it's fascinating, and it's such a test of mental resilience. Test match cricket, but all the stuff the T20's done, the Big Bash has done, and obviously built off the foundations laid by comps overseas, the IPL, it's been really good for cricket as a sport.
Still on 25, so I think it's time we went to a keyword.
Yeah, I concur.
I think it's time we went to a keyword. One ticket for this one. We'll start ramping them up and we'll do them more on a regular basis. We are still on 25 at the moment, so it's going to be a good stretch down later tonight when we crown a champion. It's got plenty of time to give them away. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch to get the giveaway. Just one giveaway this time, and then we'll probably do another one in half an hour's time or something like that. So this keyword is shot clock. Keyword is shot clock. One word, shot clock. Stick it in. Chance of winning. You need to be on Twitch to get your chance in. Go, 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 go. Dino. Back to the tables. Ace Jack raising to 50 with the blinds at 20.
Well, there's another 40% of the Royal Flush accounted for. Tom with King Queen of Hearts in the big blind, just going to make the call, take it to a flop. Afternoon, by the way, Kev. Good to see you in the chat.
Indeed. Cheers, Kev. Always a pleasure. 8-9 flop. 1 heart. Check, check. King of diamonds. Tom takes the lead. Checks again. Well, we could try and nick this one as Dino. He puts in bet 55.
Yeah, just trying to flush out some of these random combos, but I think just call here from Tom.
Ten river, check mark for Tom. Can we find a check again? Yes, we can. No, Dino.
Well, going to get another bet out of him here, Tower.
He is indeed. Just going to be a quick call from Tom. Let's check. The King of Hearts is good. What?
What?
Whoa! No
Have
way!
we just seen from Tom?
Wow! The driest to dry boards. Dino gets Tom Gill to fold. Top pair on a dry board like that. It keeps looking as if say I ain't folding that one. Wow.
don't even think Dino can believe he got shown a king there.
He'll have his reasons.
I am astounded he saw that film.
Dino's still laughing that he's got away with one. Last minute for shot clock on the giveaway.
I wonder what he thought he had. Well, I just don't think there's a hand. As he literally thought he had pocket tens and just rivered a set. But even then, speaking of the tens,
maybe he puts him on a small set of threes, something like that.
well, speaking of the tens, we're going to need to find one.
It's all about timing.
Tom with the aces, and there will be no folding on this occasion.
Yep. The announcer's call. Aces for Tom.
Keith
and Keith's like, have you got them?
Keith chuckles, but we are going to need to find a top scoring performer here for Mr. Littlewood to remain in the main event, or it's going to be elimination by bullets. Tom Gilt with the aces, Keith Littlewood with the tens. Going to see 5. We'll start with 3. There's a 10 on the flop.
Wow.
Jack 10 flop.
Jacks are now playing.
Oh, that would be wild. That would tower. 3 of clubs on the turn. And just 4 outs. 2 aces and 2 jacks for Tom on the river.
So doesn't do it. So Keith gets a huge double to drop Tom down to 400k.
Oh.
We'll sort it out. Keith doubles to 630.
Feel a bit for Tom after that one. I think the hand before with the king, not ideal, but that was brutal. That's going to sting. So I feel for Tom after that one a bit. But Keith Littlewood getting it in with the tens against the aces, finds a 10 on the flop. Right, Lime has said we will be doing the draw very shortly. You have got a matter of seconds, guys, to get the keyword in the chat on Twitch 888 Poker TV. The keyword is shot clock, SHOTCLOCK, shot clock.
Excuse me. See when you go to the toilet, come out and wash your hands. Wash your hands when you come out the toilet. Oh, you never. Walk away. Wash. Chairs? No. 600k.
And the countdown is on. Who's going to get the ticket this time?
Here we go. Who's it going to be, Tower?
Who's it going to be? It's going to be Chef Neil.
Chef Neil, go on, Chef. Yes, sir. You love to see it. Go on, Chef. Was there on AJ's rail yesterday when he won his package to Vegas, and wins himself a little token today. Well done, Chef.
So losing a couple. Garinda Concon.
Get up.
Busting out. And AM, is that Abdul?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Abdul busting out in 24 for £1,280. Well done to Chef Neil. When do we manage to get the culinary delights of Chef Neil bringing a box in for the team?
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
We're gonna have to. Bring
Oh,
this
here
up.
we go.
Right. When are we next down south somewhere? Well, I guess the Vic.
We've got the Vic. Have we got Reading anymore this year? We've got the
No more
Vic.
Readings.
Luton. Coventry. Goliath. It's 10 days of Goliath. That's down south.
I tell you what, that's not a bad shout. Chef, if you're coming to Goliath, we're going to need to have a chat because Chef's cakes are on another level, Tower. Let me tell you. On another level. This man was selling his cakes, I think it was 2 for a £5.
Yeah.
At the local club that we go down a couple of beers at.
Yeah.
And basically through cake sales funded his wedding. Utterly amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, they are just class. Utterly brilliant. So yeah, Chef, if you can, let's have a chat about your Goliath day, and we're going to need a box for the team for Goliath. So we'll sort that out, but yeah, going to need a box for the team at Goliath. And I think it's straight to the cake. His business.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, straight to the cake.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we've got a blind-on-blind confrontation here. Marius decides to go for it with 8-7 of hearts, and Chico going to take it with the Queen 10 of clubs. So straight like that. We're going to see another all-in and call at the feature.
Chico!
And it is Chico at risk. But ahead, 7-3 favourite. Going to see 5, we'll start with 3. What a flop that is. Oh my word. Middle pair and a flush draw for Marius. Top pair for Chico.
Chico, you need help.
Marius flopping a bunch of equity.
You need to flay it. Oh, that's faded
That's
all right
a
at
good
the
turn
minute.
for him.
Oh, man. Marius.
Gonna need to dodge the deck.
He dodged
successfully.
Dodged nearly the whole deck.
Bangs out King of clubs, 9 of clubs. Marius can't quite believe how he hasn't won this hand after that flop, but
wow,
that is a huge one. Marius left with 1 small blind. Wow, amazed. But we managed to hold there as Chico, but popular winner of that hand on the rail in the chat boxes. And if you in any of the chat boxes on Twitch, 888 Poker TV, YouTube or Facebook are supporting any of the guys at our feature table or anyone else out in the field, do let us know. Be good to hear from you always.
I'm looking on the clock.
Andy Watt on Facebook, let's go, the Hammer Armstrong.
How do we fade all them out, man? just off the deck. Chico time! Told you, Chico time.
Well, Tom with 390k now. 19 blinds. Going to come in for an open here with the Ace Queen of Diamonds. Has announced his raise there before Dino made the pass. Players coming to the feature table. Oh, that's the line, Gas. That's the line.
Marius out of the way. Chico with an ace, out of small.
I don't think we're going to be called here out small. I don't think it's even having seen the hand earlier where We saw Tom fold a king, and whether Chico is going to get some intentions, ace-6 offsuit, just not going to be the candidate we want to go with it, and we're going to have a player on the move.
Tom down at 22 bigs.
Players come to the table. Keith Littlewood going to get moved off the feature, so we saw him double up with the 10s against aces.
Yeah.
Left your hoodie behind, sir.
3 tables of 8s. He don't want to wear the hoodie. He's got his shirt on.
Yeah, well, there we go. Crass has got him sorted. So, card room getting busy again. We have got the seniors and the big shot underway in club now. 10s for Gary here from under the gun. Going to find an open off stack north of 900k for Gary. 45 blinds. Lovely spot to be in. Marius with the 5 deuce. Going to find a better spot to get our small blind in than this one. Chico 6-5 of hearts from the button. We're going to fold the small blind all the way around to the big blind. Stuart with the deuces. Let's see how he opts to proceed. Imagine just start with a call and flop a set, we're half in. Does make the call, so we're going heads up to a flop. Stuart first to act with the deuces. Gary with the 10s, ace 5, 9, 2 clubs. And I expect this will probably be check, bet, fold. Happy to find a range bet here as Gary 10 of clubs in hand as well. Quite a quick bet. Gary makes it 30k.
Stuart McNally, pocket 2, start the big. That's from 23. Big sides against it. Not too sure whether you can just call there, set mine, and then just see what happens. Maybe he could have done. 23rd was GK, and 22nd was SX. Well, a few of the GDPRs getting pummeled.
Oh, you sound.
But on the outer tables, we've got a Randai with 10s.
Well, there's a 10 on the turn for Arandai. And going to boat up on the river. So it was Neil Feenan with the ace-king, 10s hold. And Haran is going to double to 600k.
Unlucky Neil. Had a good second bullet, did Mr. Neil Feenan. But just dropping down there. So down to 21.
Yeah, you sounded devastated about the GDPR.
No,
eliminations there,
I don't. It's not against anything. It's just that when I can't see the names and I don't want to put the names in lights and there's just initials, it still upsets me a little.
I get you. I understand. Well, Marius has unfortunately picked the unfortunate time. Unfortunately, unfortunate, Marius. Well, Gary now. I expect we're going to be calling out the big blind with the 4s. as we've already discovered this morning, fours flop in a set, 1 in 2.8 times. Can we find one of those as Gary? If we do, Dino going to be shoulder. Something. What's going on here then?
I don't know. What's happened?
I don't know. Just Dino's listening to.
Oh, he said he thought he'd seen a face card.
Okay, well, we're going to a flop, and Marius is all in with the Jack 9, Jack of Hearts, 9 of Spades. I thought Gary was going to find a lead there with the fours, but just going to be checking this one over. So Dino going to fold out the fours. We're going to be getting this heads up. It's aces versus Jack 9. Marius check. Going to need some serious help here. We're going to need running straight combos, running 2 pair, or running hearts. Running 9s also work as well, but anything else on the turn, and this hand is going to be dead a lot of the time on the turn. Well, it's not dead this time. 7 of hearts for Marius. 5 additional outs on the river. Well, there's the 5 of hearts. Marius check.
Up to 60,000. 6 X's stacked.
What an insane run out for Marius. Gets him 1 small blind, 3-way with Jack 9 off against aces, and it runs out 4 hearts. Wow. So 21 players remain in the main event. 3 tables of 7, 20 more eliminations, and we will be crowning a champion in Edinburgh with plenty of poker to play before that. Queen on an offsuit from under the gun, getting out of the way. Marius, Jack 4 of diamonds from +1. Don't think we're going to take this one. No, he is going to take this one. Marius, suited Jack from EP. Ray out the way. Stuart on the button. Stu McNally.
Ace King gonna be ISO in a ring. Can I have a count, please? Needle. Can I have a count, please? You've got to ISO, surely. If you're going to play this.
Yeah, I do think that when the shot clock is in play, the request of a count can be used to get you a couple of additional seconds.
Yes.
So, don't think Stuart's going to be.
He hasn't gone all in. He's just raised it up to 150.
And I think this is absolutely right from Stu. So want to give some hands that can wake up behind the opportunity to get it in behind.
Here we go, Marius. We're live. 70-30.
We are indeed. We've survived 1 run at it as Marius. Can we find lightning striking twice? We're going to see 5. We'll start with 3.
9-9 flop. No draws, really.
Yeah.
10 maybe on the turn.
Well, you can see from the highlighted immediate outs, we're down to 3 outs as Marius.
That's it. 3 outs once.
It's a 9 on the river, so we are going to lose Marius check.
Out in 20th, Libin Wang was out 21st, literally the same time on the outer table. Literally. 1,360 for both. Means we're down to 19.
Things starting to move quicker in Edinburgh. Flurry of eliminations in the last 15 minutes, guys.
Oh, could be another. Chris McCairn's pocket queens. Luke Beasley, ace jack. I think Luke was like chip leader, wasn't he?
Yes, was, yeah.
So queens against ace jack to double to 600.
Well, it's a good start for the queens. Good turn for the queens.
Yep. Meaning to fade an ace. And does. So the queens of Chris McCairn's. Hope it's no late finish for Chris. He's got school in the morning.
Stay in school, guys.
Full duel up to 600,000 for Chris.
Yeah, back to the feature. We've got Chico opening ace-8 from under the gun. Ray calling the queen jack offsuit from the hijack. Gary with the threes on the button. Going to see an overcall here. We're just going to get out of the way. I think far better here, just out of the way. Tom 5-3 offsuit around to Dino in the big, gets out of the way as well. 7-4 offsuit. So Chico with ace-8 heads up against Ray's queen jack. What a flop that is.
Any queens about? Lady, lady, lady. And Chico, I'm going to go for one bet.
I don't think Ray can believe what he's seeing. Flops quads with the queen in hand. Have to just flat here. Please, flat does find the call as Ray. Turn. Oh wow, Chico, what are we doing?
Checking, please.
What are we doing?
We're not. How is Ray not doing cartwheels?
Just got a flat again.
He's looked down at the queen twice. Yeah, it's still not changed. I'm still getting bet into. And break on from Chico. Unless it's an ace.
Maybe even an 8.
No, it's a 4. So this should be check, bet, fold.
Yeah. Checks over.
Ray can only just do one thing. He's kept it as small as he can.
Chico.
And he's going to show him the queen.
Yeah. He's not.
No, he's not going to show him the queen. I love that. I love that. The rattlesnake is in the building. To be fair, he's been in the building a while.
Action on to the next one.
So we're down to 19 as we lost Marius, who's jumped straight in to the big shot, as you would.
Ray with the Jack 9 of diamonds on the gun. Stuart 10-8 offsuit in the hijack. Get out of the way. Gary with Queen 10 in the cutoff. Tom next to speak on the button, out the way with the Queen 10. We've got Dino in the small blind. Chico out the way in the big as well. $19 remain in Edinburgh from the 262 that entered the competition. 38 came back for day 2. 33 paid. Lost our bubble boy Gareth earlier in proceedings. But down to 19 now. We are one elimination away from a 2-table redraw at 18. Blinds at 15k, 30k with a 30k big blind ante. And number 69 of the day. Chico all in from the small blind. Ray with the deuce 3 offsuit, not going to call the big blind. Going to tick on to the next one. For those of you that haven't seen it yet, incredible hand yesterday involving Kendo on the live stream, doing the rounds on social media today. Successfully picked off Bluff and Rattlesnake. Check that one out. We've had some fantastic action on the live stream over the course of the festival. And who's to say we're not going to see something else worthy of a highlight reel before the day is done. Gary, Jack 10 offsuit from under the gun. Well, those of you wondering what the guys are playing for, 19 players remain in the main event, and as Dino passes a pint of the good stuff around to Stu. first place prize here going to be £23,960. Not a bad return from your £500 entry. Fantastic effort from everybody in Edinburgh to smash the guarantee in the main event here. 124k collected from 100k guarantee. Final table finish will be good enough to secure your £2,830. The rest of the brackets just rolling across the bottom of your screen. Last elimination was Marius Czech in 20th place, good for 1,360. Afternoon, Vic, on Twitch. Hope we're all doing well, and thanks to everybody for tuning into the live stream. We know there's a lot of local support in the chat boxes today for the guys remaining in the main event, and we'll be doing a keyword giveaway, I think, before the end of this session. I think that's the plan. Tower just stepped out for a minute or two. But Lime and Tower coordinating the keyword giveaways. Thank you to 888 for their generosity, and for Lime for continued support over the course of the festival with all of the giveaways. We had the turbo flight of the Voyage on Wednesday evening, and then day 2 of the Voyage, Crown of Champion on Thursday, High Roller day 2 with Arman victorious against Billy Heads Up on the Friday. We turned our attention to the main event, day 1D yesterday. Probably the best 1D flight we've covered this year as a team. And through to main event day 2 today, where we're going to crown a champion. And you may have seen the ticker, just as it disappears behind the graphic in the top right hand corner, has dropped down to 18. That is because we've lost Martin Byrne from the outer table. So Martin eliminated in 19th place. 18 players remaining, and we're going to be awaiting 2-table reapportionment of the players before long. Dino with the Kings. No move to wait around. They're going to be opening things up to 70,000. Tom with the Queen 10 offsuit here. 40k to call. I don't think we're going to see him take this one. Does decide to fold. Dino mumbles under his breath. We had aces, we lost to Jack 9, and then we've had the Kings and got no action. Sometimes it's just your day. How are we doing?
All good. I had a wander around, see who was in the big shot and the seniors as well.
Lovely.
Not bad in the room. It's actually quite busy in the room. Still a chunky overlay in the big shot at the moment. It's currently overlaying 8k into level number 3 of the day. So if you're in the vicinity, could be value in the big shot. And even the seniors, still a slight overlay of just over £1,000. 30 entries in the seniors.
So we've just covered the Martin Byrne elimination in 19th, so 18 players remain. And I thought there was going to be a 2-table redraw at 18, but it looks like we're playing on 3 tables of 6 at the moment.
Okay.
That's the information we had earlier, but no, they're going to have a couple coming. I thought it was going to be someone coming to the feature there, but moving on to the side room, as Tower says, the big shot ongoing. The seniors you can see in the background there.
Unless there's a redraw at 16.
Yeah, possibly. Maybe there's a redraw at 16. I'm pretty sure earlier on we were told at 18, but maybe the floor have just decided to reevaluate based on the numbers around the card room.
Is this a Grosvenor of the Guile? Yes, it is. Well, just across from the Guile, down South Maybury, across from the Shell Garage and the Marriott's Hotel, which last night, for some unknown reason, for one night in the Marriott's, it was £440. This country has gone ridiculous. Not just, I don't mean Scotland itself, I mean in general. I mean, £440 for one night. Somebody justify that. Somebody please stand up and tell me why. No, go silent, because nobody's got a clue.
Well, I certainly don't.
The only answer is because we can. But yeah, straight across the Guile. Morrison's and the little shopping centre is. Actually a nice wander round. You have a nice coffee in there, you can.
Yeah?
In the Guile, yes. You can. And if you fancy going to Mimi's Bakery, treats around.
Is that in the Guile as well? Mimi's?
I don't think it is. So down to the final 18. Players left. Yannick chip leader on our table. A million chips and 33 bigs. Stu McNally, 21 bigs. Dino, the same.
Well, Dino's all in here with Ace Queen from the button and from the hijack. How are we doing, Curtis?
Aye.
Hope you're well.
Our superstar tipster in the chat.
Yeah, well, we're 1 for 2 this week.
Interesting game between River Plate and that other team last night, or Monterey. After the 90th minute, and they played +4,
right,
there was 4 yellow cards and a red. After the 90th minute.
After the 90th minute?
Yeah, and before the final whistle.
Silly. Connor Granderson. Is that Daniel Foy, aka El Stretcho? El Stretcho. We've seen some nicknames this week. At least you got the. At least you just own up to it, Curtis. We get some people who come in and they give the tip, and if it wins, you know, they're a genius. And if it doesn't win,
we don't hear from them.
We never hear from them. Yeah.
So we're on 18 out of 262. Martin Byrne last out in 19th. The Crazy Scotsman has just qualified for the $22 Sunday Carnival on Party Port this evening. Oh well, come on Crazy Scotsman. We've got an 888 free roll at, I think it's 6 o'clock GMT. So 7 o'clock UK time. We'll be on there. We've got another keyword coming up in about 10 minutes time. Do another keyword this before we reach 4 o'clock BST. We'll do another keyword and we'll keep them coming. We've got 10 tickets courtesy of 888 for the $22 events, and there's a free roll also tonight. 6:30 GMT, so 7:30 PM our time. It starts 6:30 GMT. There's a keyword on its way in about 10 minutes. That's if Lime's finished at omelette.
I think Lime's probably just about finished the omelette by now.
Do you think?
Yeah,
Is that about 20
I
minutes?
think, and the rest. I think we came back from the break and she asked for 2 minutes. So unless this is like a world record omelette.
Big omelette. A huge omelette.
I know we're not doing the questions today, but how big do you reckon the biggest omelette in the
Oh, here we
world
go.
ever was?
Biggest omelette would be around, not big, I would say, well, in what, in pounds?
Well, in kilos or yeah,
In
weight,
kilos, in
weight.
kilos, do you think it's in
weight.
kilos?
I reckon it's in kilos.
We'll go for, I'd go small, I'd say 35.
Well, I'd have said less than that, I think, but 35 kilos, a big omelette. What on earth am I reading?
Go on.
The largest omelette ever made weighed 6.4 tons. It was created. What? The omelette was made using 145,000 eggs, 880 pounds of oil, and 220 pounds of butter. A team of 55 people cooked the omelette in a 4,290 kilo pan with a 10 metre diameter.
And it was
That
finished
would
off.
have been-
And it was finished off by 3 people.
What on earth? I'm absolutely relieved that neither of us got that as a question.
Who
'cause
tried to flip the omelette?
I genuinely would have guessed about 10 kilos. 6.5 tons.
Oh my god. No action for Chico with the Jacks. Oh man.
$145,000 eggs. Oh my goodness. How did they weigh it? I don't know, like, I'm not sure. What
Carefully.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man.
Oh my life.
It's it's a good job we didn't have that question. Would have been a little bit out.
Honestly, I would have said about 15 kilos. I think my alignment was about 15 kilos. Oh wow, 6.5 tons. 6 of Curtis's lorries and the spares.
What information would you like,
Yeah, what more do you want?
What was in it?
A lot of eggs, a lot of oil, and a lot of butter. Random Sunday
dear.
info. Oh yeah. How many calories in that bad boy?
Wow. Oh dear.
Stuart shows the ace jack.
That is some egg, by the way. Some omelette, some egg. Who's going to crack all the eggs? How long would that take? It take 2 weeks
Honestly,
to crack all the eggs. How do you crack 145,000 eggs without any shell in the omelette?
So, I mean, you're going to need a lot. I don't even know what. So, it's going to take 1,000. If you had 1,000 people assisting with egg cracking, which is like insane in the principle anyway. But if you had 1,000 people cracking eggs, they're going to need to crack more than 12 dozen boxes each.
Imagine trying to cook that omelette. The chefs must be walking on eggshells.
Oh my.
That's not mine. That's Dire Straits.
Oh right, yeah, that sounds about right. Absolutely, Dire Straits loves the one-liners.
I'm just nipping around to the shop, love, okay? Can I have some eggs? Yes, how many would you like? 145,000, please.
Insane.
Oh my word.
Alright, so we just got confirmation that the redraw is at 16, guys, not at 18. That's it. It sounds like a change from earlier. Definitely earlier it was at 18, but not to worry. We've got Gary, who's raised here from the cut-off with King 10 of Hearts. Chico finds a suited ace in the big blind and decides to wager the lot. All in for 17 here. Gary not going to be calling off here at King 10. Martin, who finished in 19th place, just standing right. Stuart there as they run through a hand.
On to the next, still on 18. Cat and Zildy have met up here in Edinburgh, and Zildy's just about to jump into the big shot.
Lovely. Lovely, yeah. So I met the Cat earlier. Good luck to the both in the seniors and the big shot respectively. How are the numbers looking in the big shot now? Let's have a look.
And there's still a chunk of an overlay at the minute, but there's 6 levels of late reg, so 3 hours.
Still a chunk of an overlay indeed. Yeah, going to be a long bit of late reg available there. Stuart raising here, ace 9. Ray in the big blind with Queen Jack of clubs, going to take a flop.
King 9 Jack flop.
Yeah, think with this holding, Stuart just going to be mindful that Ray is going to have some connectivity here, a lot defending out of the big blind from what he's seen so far. So with a 9, might not be surprised to see this one slip into a check back from Stuart, but looks like he's going to decide to continue the aggression. Finds range bet from under the gun, bets 35k. Can't see Ray fold into 1 bet here, middle pair, straight draw, backdoor club draw, doesn't fold at all, goes for the all in. 10 big check raise from Ray.
Norman Ali. How much is it, please? Just trying to work it out.
Not going to be calling here, Stu. Just what is this that is not a better hand?
Yes.
There is not one.
Not on
Cannot
that
think
flop.
of one hand, even 10-9 wouldn't be in here, I don't think.
So Dino Sinclair, 23 bigs, Chico 20. Tom Gill down to 8. And the line at 15.30.
England are all out is the update from Dennis.
How many did they get?
They were
6 behind.
If they finished on 4-6-5, which is what my screen is indicating at the minute, they
6
finished
behind,
6 behind.
That's what
That,
Dennis just said.
after day 1 to be 6 behind, they'll take that. That's basically go again. We've got a one innings match.
That's it.
So going to be fascinating to see how that one pans out. All out for 65. Chris Wokes with a lovely little 38 at the end there. Tail wagged for England. 38 for Wokes, 22 for Cass. Josh Tongue chipping in with 11 as well. Alright, we've got a game on. Stevie Nichols says Chico winning this. Well, he's going to be folded round to on the button here. See if he can find a candidate.
20 BBs he has. Chico.
On this hand. Stuart going to defend the big one here with the deuces, and Gary flopping best on King Queen 8. Check 2 here, and Gary, I imagine, going to be doing quite a bit of betting here, but decides to check this one back. Might try and find some spots where we get some bets out of Stuart on the turn, but I think Stuart would just be happy to check this one over again.
Right.
Check from Stuart over to Gary. Gary probably going to find delay continuation bet now. Wants check 2 twice from Stuart. Well, Stuart going to make the call here versus delayed C-bet.
5th pair.
Oh. It's a really bad river for Stuart. If we thought that Gary was, you know, trying to buy this pot with ace-jack, ace-10, I can't think of a hand we beat now at all on this river. Imagine that Gary find another thin value bet here. And at the same time, might be just happy to take queen to showdown. it's fine. I think it's pretty unlikely that our opponent's got a king here. But what are the bluffs now? I think the bluffs on the turn get there, really. I think the question from Stuart's mind is that if we had ace 10, jack 10, hand like that, would we really be betting this river? But if we had ace jack, we certainly would. That's certainly one of the hands that if we're calling turn, we are ranging our opponent to. After checking back flop, I think Stuart's going to eliminate some king x from the range, but won't necessarily think that queen x is going to go for 2 streets, but does step out the way.
Off to the outer table, and we've got on a board ace 10 king 5.
Steve Mackay all in. Chips earlier.
Yeah, king queen and a heart on the river. Oh, we don't like that one.
What a sick one.
Oh, gone. He had 1.2 million on the feature, and Chris Welsh with the jack deuce and the flush takes him out. Oh, Steve not happy at all. We're down to 17. Cat's just popped her through to say meow meow and say hello. So we're on 17, one spot off the redraw.
Yeah, Tom going to get that one through.
Do you know what? We'll do the next keyword at the redraw. How's that?
Okay.
There's always a redraw, there's always a bit of time.
Alright.
Takes about 5 minutes for the redraw. The next keyword is at the redraw. Don't even know when that is. Keyword is ready for any time.
Yeah, Zild is in the big shot.
He is indeed.
Zildy.
$17 here in the main event. When we're on 16, it is a redraw. Yeah, Cat's wandering about in the card room and the casino itself, as well as Zild. There's Cat right in the corner there, against the door. Can Real Madrid thump this team later? Don't know anything about them, bar Rondon plays for them. Who's he?
Salomon Rondon.
Never heard of him.
I think he used to play for West Brom. Probably been about. He might have even played for Everton actually. I can't. Definitely used to play for West Brom, I think. Big Rondon. I think he was Colombian or Ecuadorian or from that region. But I wouldn't exactly think that Real Madrid are going to be too scared of Salomon Rondon and the other boys. So
we'll go for Real Madrid pumping 4-0, half time, full time, -1 half time, -1 second half, -1 first half, 4-0, Winton on. Oh, what is happening?
What you got for us?
I don't know. Let's have a quick look. We've got young Craig McCairns with pocket sixes against Howran Dyke with the pocket queens, and we need a 6. Oh, we're on a redraw. We're on a 6. Oh, no 6.
GG, Craig.
Craig McCairns busting out. To be fair, he's got school in the morning, so he needs a good night's sleep. Well played, Craig, out in 17 for 1460. and you never know, he might just jump into the big shots. We are now on a redraw. More importantly, we're on a keyword.
Yes, we are.
We are on a keyword. So we'll do the keyword right now. As you know, you need to be on 888 Twitch for the keyword.
That you do.
And we've got one ticket to give away for this one. And we'll get plenty of people crossing over if you're not on the Twitch channel. But it's down on Twitch, and Twitch only. One chance of winning a $22 ticket. And the next keyword is omelette. Omelette is the next keyword. There we go. Cheers, Lime. Omelette, the next keyword. Off you go. Who's going to win it while the redraw is on?
Just to say, once again, that you are going to need to be on Twitch 888 TV to enter this competition, guys. YouTube and Facebook will not count from that perspective. So if you want to enter the comp and you still want to carry on watching on the other platforms, jump on over to Twitch, get your omelettes in the chat. And you can always jump back afterwards, but that is the current situation. Keyword is omelette for a $22 ticket. Stick that one in there. So the guys are going for a redraw. Tower just stepped out of the booth for a moment. Redraw coming up, and in terms of the UKPL, we've got, this is the remaining stops over the course of the year. We have got Edinburgh, where we're at the moment, obviously Liverpool at the back end of September through to October, and then Coventry is going to be from the 11th of November to the 16th of November.
I'll wait for that.
Indeed.
We're going to try and get PK's action tracker in a minute. We'll try and get the London schedule before we leave today, because that's our next stream in 3 weeks' time. That is our next live stream. 10th till the 20th is the Vic. We're there on the 16th. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And all the Man United shirts back by the looks of that.
Yeah, Super Keith players just getting themselves sorted out. Going to be an amazing end to the year from the team, and obviously we're not covering them on the live streams, but 25-50s going on around and about as well.
Yeah, there's a big break for them now.
Yeah.
Because we've got plenty going on, and obviously London's on, and then the Goliath's on. So quite a big break for the 25-50s, but London has got one a month after the GUKPT leaves, and then they've got one in September, and then they've got one in October.
Yeah. Back to back to back, and they will all smash the guarantees. They will annihilate them.
Still, I don't know why we've got a blue background for this 25-50 one, and
it's
nothing else.
clean. It's kind of clean. I don't mind it. We are floating. We're like we maybe after all the antics this week, we are the ghosts.
We're not actually here.
Yeah, maybe we're not.
We're not actually here. We're
Maybe
actually
we're not.
sat
Maybe
in
this is all in
the.
a
We're
league.
already sat in Planet Hollywood.
Yeah. Well, you will be before long, my friend. Not long till
Looking forward to
Towers
the Planet
on his
Hollywood.
way. Yeah, you are. Yeah.
I've never been in there. I've never stayed in Planet Hollywood.
Never stayed.
It's a new one.
Okay.
New one for me. So it's a new pool for me.
Right.
You have to test the pools out. You have to
Right.
go in the pool at least. If I'm there 10 days, I'd say at least 5 times.
Okay. What's your ranked Vegas pool list looking like at the moment?
Well,
Yeah.
most pools are party pools.
Right.
Most pools are parties and,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
all them pool parties and all them like. So most of them are this deep.
Okay. Yeah.
In fact, sometimes not even that deep.
Right.
Sometimes knee length deep.
Yeah.
The horseshoe takes forever to get there.
Right.
I mean, you've been in the horseshoe?
I've been to the horseshoe. Not
So you've been in the horseshoe, so you know where the World Series is.
Yeah.
So before you get there from the bar, round there, there's some escalators going downstairs.
Yeah.
You go down the escalators, you walk all the way to the bottom to the eating area, where the subway is and and all that down there, right down the bottom.
No.
You then turn right,
Okay.
and then you go another 800 yards all the way around right past the shops.
Right. Yeah.
And then you come to some double doors, and you
Yeah.
open the double doors, and there's the pool. It takes 15 minutes from your room to get to the pool.
Is it worth it?
When you get in the pool,
Yeah.
it's 12 foot deep.
Okay.
It is bingo.
Okay. There you go.
Absolute bingo. It's 12 foot deep. You can dive in, you can swim to the bottom, and you can swim to the top and all. It's great, honestly.
Okay.
He's a cracker, but they've also, on the side of it, got a pool, small pool, so it comes up to here. But on the side of it, oh, straight in. Straight in.
Well, there we go.
So pool updates over. Redraw over. Omelette
almost
just
over.
about over.
Yeah.
Who's going to win the token? Who is it going to be? It is going to be that Greek one.
Ah, the Greek one.
The Greek one.
Congratulations.
That Greek one.
Well, redraw complete. Some familiar faces at the feature. We've got Dino Sinclair in 1, Stu in 2, Tom in 3, Ray in 4, Keith in 5, Chico in 6, Gary in 7. Not sure who that is, a C8 at the moment. Sure, we'll get a pan round in a mo. It's Luke. Luke Baisley came through as chip leader.
In C9, Luke Beasley. There he is in the hat.
Yeah.
There's 5s chalked off.
Yeah, got you.
Keith's in 6. Keith is in 6. Payouts when we get to the final table of that. There are strikes. Keith Littlewood battling on 840k. What a day he's had.
Soldier.
Up and down.
Soldier, old Keith.
Well, 21 bigs is big stack on the feature. 40,000 of the blinds. We are on 16.
We saw Craig.
We've got 2 stacks on our table under 10 bigs.
We saw Craig eliminated on the outer table to get us to the redraw, and we are now within touching this. When you get down to 2 tables like this, it really does feel very real in the room that you're that close. When you can just see there's only one other table to consider.
So Stu with a deuce 4. Small blind, big blind cue. He runs into Tom. He runs into Tom, who's got ace, king. Needs a deuce and a 4. And as we can see, all 4s are dead. And it's a 3 on the river. Stu down to 55. Tom doubling up to 12 bigs. Bit of a rough session, the last session for Tom. And Stu back down, just running into it. Small blind, could have had anything, but it turned out he had a hand.
Afternoon, Ashley, watching on YouTube, and afternoon to Hercules as well. Wherever you're watching from in the chat, do let us know. I'd like to hear from all of you. We are down to the final 16 players in the footballs of Edinburgh's glorious city at the Maybury Casino, must be said. I've absolutely loved my first visit to Edinburgh as a city. Going to be coming back for sure. People have been very generous, looked after us all week. Some cracking locals up here. And the poker hasn't half been bad either. And after 4 day one flights and 4 hours of play on day 2, we're down to the last 2 tables. 15 players stand between the current situation of us crowning the champion. Our direct team will be covering the rest of the flight until we get down to 1. Gary here from +2. Raising up the 7s. Ray just going to give up ace-9 in the big blind. That is very snug from Ray off 15.
Left. 16, but Stuart Nelly is down to a couple of EVs. All the prize pools scrolling across the bottom. Ash.
Luke going to get us underway in this one with the King 10 of spades. Just going to play open jam for 14 from MP. Going to get through the small blind round to Keith and the big blind. 6-4 of clubs, not going to be looking to spin, so a little pick up for Luke here. Came through as chip leader from the first flight.
So we're on 11, Ray on 15, Chico on 15.
After this hand at the schedule for London.
Yes, we have it.
And given the goods,
it's our next stream. We need to tell you what we're going to be doing and where we're going to be doing it at. And the next stream for Cardroom Direct in 3 weeks' time.
Chico going to be, where are we against it? +2 as Dino, I think, fine to defend this as a call. What are we playing here? 50k to call, 40, playing 13 as Chico versus +2. I think we can see this one just defended. Time banks provided, but I think call here is fine. Don't think we necessarily have to get this in. I don't think if we get it in, we're going to be doing particularly well. All too often against Dino's range for +2. Goes to decide to take the lower variance route. Dino making it 90k, Chico just calling the additional 50. Going to take a flop. Well, going to be doing very well against that range on Queen, Queen 8 as Chico. Check it over to Dino. Going to be pretty happy to come in for a C-bet here as Dino try and take this one down now. Chico going to be defending properly from the big blind. Does opt to check it back.
Turns an ace spades.
Spicy card, Tower.
Yeah. Dino turning 2 pair. I suppose the ace of spades could still be cautious.
Yeah, just going to be calling here as Chico.
Gone for the lock. Oh, you've got
just got the lock.
You got trip queens and you got the redraw to the nut flush.
Got the lock.
Chico. If we just flatten that position, we can let Dino go wild.
A lot of time banks peeled out from Dino, but
we've completely lost his customer. We've got the redraw, we've got trip queens. Oh, I am definitely loving the flat, but not the shove.
I have to agree with this one, Tower.
There's just so much that's got there. Any draws. King Jack of spades, King 10 of spades. Any queen. This what is this ace beating? Nothing. So Dino thought against it, but our next stream for Card Room Direct, and hope to have a lot of you guys watching, because it's going to be huge.
So big.
So big.
That
How
there
big?
is going to be...
Is it omelette big?
I mean, it's the same kind of scale big. £850,000 worth of guarantees at the Vic Festival.
Wow!
850k's worth of guarantees.
They've got a midi. £800 buying midi for 200,000 guarantee. They've got a mini for 340 for 200,000 guarantee.
That is insane. That
mini for 200k.
A mini with a 200k guarantee.
And he's 700 runners plus.
Unbelievable value for the mini.
Wow. So 850,000 in guarantees in London. The first time Card Room Direct and the team have gone back to the Vic after the refurb, and obviously we're going to be covering the main event, 1250 main event with a $250,000 guarantee. Even the closer, you know, there's plenty going on. There's all sorts going on. There's plenty going on the Sunday. The bounty, the PLO bounty, the seniors. We've got seniors in London. I love it. But wowzers, £850,000 in guarantees. We were there the Wednesday, covering the mini main final day. Then we've got the high roller day 2, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday we will be concentrating on the main event. £850,000 in guarantees for the first festival back at the Vic. Oh, oh. Another keyword coming up at 4:30. We've done 3. At 4:30 we'll have done 4. We've got 10 to give away in total. We've also got a free roll at 7:30 our time, 6:30 GMT. So we'll do the keyword at 4:30 PM.
Yeah, I reckon we've got about 20 minutes left of this session.
Have we?
I reckon so.
Oh. No. Is that way? No.
I think so. We went on break.
Oh, we had a break.
Yeah,
Yeah, we had a read roll
Oh,
as well.
yeah, we did. Yeah, true.
Another 5. Add 5
True,
minutes.
true. Okay.
Add 5 minutes.
Half an hour or so then, let's say that.
So yes, we'll get the keyword in at 4:30. Please. Going Juventus and Real Madrid, -1 double tonight. He's just over 3-1. A lorry need to win. 4 lorries and a wingman a back. There we go. There we go. The Juventus Real Madrid -1 double. Good luck, Curtis.
Who are Juventus playing, Curtis?
Who knows?
Who are Juventus playing?
Casablanca.
Yeah, we showed you what is going on, and this is where it's happening. The Vic. How about that for a new poker room? As someone who spent a fair bit of time at the Vic before that refurb happened, that looks stunning.
Wow.
Very, very nice.
Wow.
Very nice.
Looks like the aircon works. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out things.
Well,
that looks amazing,
doesn't it?
I actually can't wait to get down there.
It's going to be amazing. Yeah, yeah. Looks
So
really,
looking
really
forward
special.
to it. I
Looks
like
really
I like the numbers inside the lights.
Yeah, very cool.
That's really pretty cool, that, isn't it?
Very cool.
Love
indeed.
that.
Well, back to the feature here because Stuart has got his remaining blind and a bit in with the 7s. Gary has woken up with the kings on the button. Gonna make the call. Dino also calling 10-4 of spades from the big blind. Ace, 9, 2 hearts on the flop. Delightful card for Gary. King of spades rolls off on the turn. We might look to just go for a small bet on, try and get a small side pot built here. 100k is probably too much. Could have gone half that size, I think. So we are going to lose Stu here in 16th place.
7s, no good. Running into Gary. Well played, Stu. Always a pleasure to see you, sir. For £1,460. You never know, he might just jump into the big shot. But unlucky, Stu. Unlucky. Keyword in 10 minutes. That did look an unbelievable picture. Okay, it says Real Madrid 1-0 at half time is 3-1. That was my shout.
Yeah, good spot, Richie. Good job. We ended up flushing the 10-4 suited out because Jack on the river, 10-4 would have made it straight. Chico with the King Queen from the hijack. Gonna come in for an open. Tom going to defend the big blind with the King 9 of clubs. Tom Gill versus Chico, heads up in this one. 10-3-3 flop.
Chico still ahead with the kicker.
I'm going to check this one over and 12 behind. Yes, Curtis, I will be there. I can't make the first weekend this year, got some family commitments, so we're going to have to miss the GUKPT unfortunately. But I will be there arriving on the Monday. We start getting it after it straight away on the Monday, I think. Going to be getting involved with the team over the back end of the week. Going to have some kind of involvement with the Jokers Wild tournament on Wednesday. Whether we're streaming, usually we ended up supporting the team by doing the stream while Tower and Jay and Co get involved with the comp itself, but not quite sure how that's going to work out this year, but we'll do something on the Wednesday evening either way supporting the Jokers, and then back end of the week as the festival goes on, if we're not already through, fire a few bullets, but if we're through, support the team on the stream. I'll be in and around, getting in the mix, looking forward to it, go every year. And it'd be nice to meet some of you actually at the Goliath. Feel free to
yes,
come up.
Wear a name badge. I say every year, wear a name badge.
Yeah, faces to names is so good.
It is.
It's nice to get to meet the guys who come and make our lives so much easier in the chat box. So be pleased to get to see you. Just pop up. Hi, I'm Toysonator, I'm Richie, I'm Kev. I'll never forget I'm Kev.
So out in 16th, Stu McAnally.
I'll also be up at the Vic on the Friday, helping the team out there. Be doing the Friday final. Is it
Day one beat?
Day one that we're doing on the Friday?
Yeah,
I imagine.
Day one beat.
So yeah, be doing that one while Jay has a day out. Just a recovery day. It's a stacked festival. I actually think I'm going to play the mini in the Vic. 200k guarantee for a £300 buy-in is incredible value. Considering you normally get your 200k guarantees on your 1k GUKPT mains, to have it on a mini main event is pretty spectacular. So we're having a go at that one, I think. Tom from the button with the Queens. 10Bs, just going to play this one as an all-in.
There he is.
Don't mind this at all. We want to have some top end in here. Keith folding the King 3 from the big blind. Yeah.
Final day at the 888 Edinburgh. Down to the final 15. Keyword coming up in 5 minutes' time.
It's got to happen, Kev. We've got to get it as the card protector. It's got to happen. We just need a photo of Kev with his sunnies on in the zone with cards protected by the trophy. It's got to happen. Oh, Ray going to fold here. Chico going to pick this one up with the King Queen. 15 remain after Stu's elimination, and clock ticks to 4:30 in the afternoon in the Maybury Casino here.
Mr. Gold says, Tower, I've got your picture on the wall. If you win me some money in the World Series, it will be welcome signing my home. If not, it's going on the dartboard. Mr.
Gold, you have to bring it down to the Goliath. He'll sign it for you.
Absolutely.
He'll sign it for you. That's how.
Take a picture of me with my bracelet. They'll be signed.
Yeah, like when might be a bit ambitious. If the bracelet run,
if the miracle,
if the run of all runs happens, the queue. What do you reckon is going to be longer? The queue for Friday's flight, or the queue for the Towers picture with the bracelet?
Keith's just run into it. Chico says all of it.
Chico with a great spot here. Yeah.
Oh, look at that, he said. Look at that.
MPL leader Keith Littlewood.
He's going to get some points for this, and he will be top of the leaderboard at the end of it all. And I'm guessing he'll jump into the big shot if he doesn't survive.
Well, it's not a great start for Keith. Chico, massive favourite. And a jack of clubs on the turn, just 2 outs. Once for Keith Littlewood.
We need a 5. So Man United's out.
Next door, no good. We're going to lose Keith from the feature, and that means we're going to be down to 14 in the main event.
Mr. Man United relegated to the bench. But you know what that means? You know what that time it is?
I think that means it's keyword
time. It is indeed. So keyword time. The next keyword, as you know, given away sporadically during the day, we'll ramp them up because this is number 4. Plenty to give away for the rest of the night. Keyword has to be done on Twitch because it's only Twitch that is moderated by Lime, and you can get yourself in with that. So the next keyword with a chance of winning a $22 token is The Vic. Nice. That's our next stream. The Vic, Cardroom Director will be down in The Vic for the GUKPT. The Vic is the latest keyword. Away you go. So down to 14 as Keith eliminated.
I must have at least 8 outs. What are you doing? No. That's enough. Starbucks, for a win. That's me. Starbucks. Snake head steaks hello.
So chip counts on the screen. We've got a new player coming into seat 2. I think that's Chris. Saw him winning a big one earlier against Steve Guy. We had a castle at the time. Chris drilling his flush draw with the Jack Deuce on the outer table.
Just over 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. The Vic is the latest keyword. We're down to 14 as Keith busting out just before. 2 tables of 7.
Gary going to raise the 10-4 of diamonds here from the big blind. Sorry, from the button into Dino's big blind. Going to find the all-in here and gets it through. So Dino going to pick up 100k just like that. Mr. Go, you need to be on Twitch.
You do.
You have to be on Twitch.
Twitch, 888 Poker TV on Twitch. That is the only way you need to be.
And the link is going to be put in the chat now by Tower.
There we go. Get yourself in. Click on it. You got about. You might not get to this one.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
but
get.
We've got 5 more. Or is this number 4? Or is this number 5?
This is number 5.
This is number 5, I think. Lionel, let us know. We might do a couple of giveaways with a couple of tokens together.
We've got plenty of poker left for the rest of the day, guys. This is not going to be over quick.
I think this is number 4.
You reckon?
Yeah, Pop was the first one, wasn't it? The bubble went.
Ah, yes. I was thinking there's one
Then we
before
had
the
shot
bubble,
clock,
but there
then we had
wasn't.
omelette, and now we've got the Vic. So we've had 4. This is the 4th. Cheers, Lime. We'll just do them. Every half hour, whatever, something like that.
Yeah.
Because we're down to 14 on a break in less than 10.
Okay, countdown is about to start for the giveaway.
Here we go. Who is going to get the ticket? It is Easy Gamer. Easy Gamer winning the ticket. Well done to you. Chico, 50 bigs, chip leader, 2 million on the table. Full chip counts on its way with 14 left. Luke Baisley on 12, Dino Sinclair on 12, Tom on 13, Ray on 14.
No, I put people like somebody's like he should just flat. He's missed value. He's not missed value because what are you getting on the river if it becomes a blank? I'm not barreling again on the river. 10 seconds.
So Chico, as you see there, there's a card come round, and Chico with pocket jacks. Nine, 7 for Gary. Sat in 8. Out of the way after the initial raise from Chico, just clicks it. Luke Baisley. Out of the way. Here's 4 on the button. Probably shouldn't be, but he's only got 12. And that'll do it. On to the next. 6 minutes and counting. Here's 7 for Dino. In the cut-off is good. Only going to get called by better. It's 14, 12, 12 and 10. Going to need to move with the blinds going to 50k next. Five minutes to go until the break. Chico, chip leader, 50 bigs. Jacks for Chris, raising to 85. No action. 2 minutes to go until the end of the session. Could be the last hand. Lines will be 50k next. So 8's for Gary, 65 to Cole. Looking like last hand of the session. Now then, Luke. No, snap folds. And Chris will. And that is it. Off for his break. Off for his break. So last hand of the sesh. We'll see you after this hand in the next one. 15 minutes to wet the whistle. Can't see a call coming in from Chris, but we will see you after this hand. And we're on a break. Probably keep the same table because we've just had that redraw. Wouldn't surprise me at all. And there we go. See you in 15.
9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade's
Spade for the
available.
double redraw. That's a very good flop for the ace-6 of diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you what, Deravianco has also got a flush draw here.
This is why we got the dealer change. Look at this. Something for everyone.
I mean, not just something, like pretty chunky something for everybody here.
Everyone's excited, aren't they?
Yeah, Piras is like, okay, I mean, if you'd have offered me that, I'd have taken it. Bosco can't believe his luck, and Deravianco's like, well, I was in the big blind, so a flush draw.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for chaos.
Yeah, but
tonight.
this is rather chaotic
Saturday
as it
night,
stands.
Nick. I need violence.
Let's not use it all at once. But let's see what the turn brings. There are a lot of interesting turns that Piras will not like that the other two would enjoy more. Oh dear, that is the card in the deck. The
sick.
card.
That's absolutely sick.
It's the Queen of Diamonds.
Get this dealer a raise. Let's face it, pretty horrible beat. Flush over flush in Hold'em is always a horrible beat.
This is such a sick spot. Piras needs to slow down here. Okay, there are two players in this hand, both of which can easily have flushes.
But can you imagine being Bosco? Just sit. This never happened, right? You're sitting there, you go, oh my god, I hit my flush. That's awesome. That never happens. And then the first player bets, and then the second player calls. You're like, this never happened.
Great composure from Bosco just to call here. I wouldn't have blamed him for raising because I think Deravianco has a flush a lot in this spot, and you don't want to necessarily see the river kill your action.
Such a bad card for Bosco.
As the 5 of diamonds does. Bosco did the right thing by calling, but as we know, if he had raised a turn, Deravianco probably would have lost his whole stack. Now both players will check, and Bosco has to choose a price that will get paid by what he can only assume is probably some sort of ace and a 10 high flush-ish.
6,000.
I mean, honestly, that's like I wouldn't even mind it.
Maybe like 30,000 or something.
As long as you don't shove. Something very... No, I don't like this.
No, relax.
You need to get called. You have to remember, you need to get called.
Relax. His other problem is that his hand is kind of sort of crazy for face up.
Deravianco doesn't know it, and he's fairly annoyed, but he doesn't know that his tournament's just been saved.
Well, not yet, it hasn't. I keep warning you about this. Okay, now it has.
Don't worry, Nick. I'm okay with this. If Piras calls here, I don't really...
He's not going to call, he's just sad. This is the number one thing you see in live poker, which is sadness.
Nick. Stop predicting things.
He's sad.
He is very sad. He's not as sad as...
It's like, I had to pair. I had to pair, I remember it. It was just moments ago. I'm sad. Look at him, sad.
Well, he still does have 2 pair.
Yeah, but it's a sad 2 pair. It's a sad 2 pair of tears. Told you, it's sadness.
Yeah. Big blind now is Stevic with jacks.
Oh, look out. Strap yourselves in. I told you, it's a new table. It's a new dawn for this stream. Action wall to wall for the next 3 hours. That's what we're going to get.
I strapped myself in when I sat down, so...
All in a cool classic race, except for our odds on screen take account of folded cards, so we know that Stevic is a significant favourite here, but the players don't. It's 50-50. Deravianco needs to win this. He's the all-in player.
Ace Queen.
This is the pause for dramatic effect. You're not supposed to be talking. Boom!
Ooh!
Jack on the flop.
There's no club in Deravianco. Oh, the stand-up.
Stand-up, yeah. Now, he should have done it slightly earlier, but he has done it. He needs to put his coat on quickly, I think, here, for it to work. It's probably not going to work now. I don't know what I'd do. Sit down, fall down, or just leave. Unlucky Deravianco. He basically got smashed him out by the deck there. Flush over flush is hard to survive. And then loses a big flip.
And Bosco on the button picks up jacks. Cresting that $500,000 mark.
Yeah, I didn't realise he was over $500,000. That's pretty sweet. Whatever that is.
Ooh. Waris wakes up in the big blind with aces.
Wowris, more like.
Here comes 3-bet. If you are Bosco, I mean, now we will lose Piras. If you are Bosco, the alarm bells will be ringing because out of the big blind.
So talk us through what you do, though. So your alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah.
But you've got pocket jacks. It doesn't look like you've got pocket jacks. You could have anything. You just isolated a limper.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking about how to play this?
Well, we call in position and hate our lives. and continue with extreme caution. Specifically from the big blind. We got an all-in from Bosco. And a hold.
He'd quite like it to hold.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind holding. Only spades working for Bosco.
Let's see if it holds. Huge pot. Clean flop.
Yeah, hearts covered by Warris as well, so only a jack, which there are 2 remaining of.
This is the biggest pot we've seen on stream, Nick. Nearly 500,000.
Yeah, 477,000 in there. Big moment for both these players. Warris on the line. Turn card. Oh!
Oh, that's gross.
The jack of clubs is a dagger to Warris, and now only 1 remaining ace would save him from elimination.
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Bosco.
Pain in the chat, pain on the table. Warris has done the full bottle, bag and coat manoeuvre.
Hammer blow for Warris as the 5 of spades sees the end, and he is not happy.
And Bedell's lucky that he has missed ace king. By the way, Bedell's only been dealt premiums, basically.
Yeah, he has, but...
now there could be some trouble. See, we asked for action. We got a lot of action.
We can barely finish talking about the previous action before we're at it again. Check on the turn. Bedell finds check back. King on the river. How are you ever losing here? Check again from Bosco. 3 checks. Bedell's going to bet. He should bet large. He's going to believe he has the best hand almost all the time. Bosco's found the sneak attack. Triple check raise with a set.
The only problem for him here is when he raises, it's never a bluff. I mean, Bedell's so strong that he's probably going to have to call, but he knows immediately. You can see from his reaction, he knows immediately there's probably not a bluff, and he also probably has to call. It's so sick.
Wow.
That's such a sick spot. I want to come back. I want to die and come back as Bosco, but just with my hair.
Ooh, aces again. Red aces for Perez Docio. Mammon, though, might fall foul. This
is tricksy.
What an awful spot.
Yeah, horrible. Because obviously he's ahead of range, and he does put his money in. You can't blame him. He doesn't know he's running into aces. Just sucks.
And as you'll be able to see on the screen here, Mammon's only got 14%. Now that's a product of our folded cards that have already been dealt, which means that there aren't 2 9s left in this deck. Probably only has 1 9 available. And
or some running cards or spades.
Yeah. Oh, the last 9!
Wow. What a shot from Mammon.
The last 9.
Aces all in has not worked out well on this stream, has it?
Oh. 9 for Mammon in the window. Ace on the turn.
Spade, anyone?
But spade
for the double redraw.
For the double re-get there. Only a spade for Mammon now. There are no 9s left in the deck. As you can see there, greyed out 9 of hearts. A roller coaster of emotions as the river is dealt. And it's
black, but not a spade.
So crazy.
And Mammon goes through the ringer.
Well, he leaves with a story, doesn't he? He leaves with a story.
Top pair for Ian. No backdoors available. It has to be running 6s or running 5s, or Ian's the champion of 888 Live Madrid.
Ian Simpson picks up the aces under the gun.
Not again. Surely not.
Penn has ability to read Ian, and when he has a good hand or a bad hand, is amazing.
This is actually ridiculous. Ten Khata has 3-bet Ian 3 times.
3 premium pairs.
And he's had queens, kings, and aces.
Yeah.
Oh
hello.
My God.
Hello. This is going to be huge. There's already 750,000 in the middle. What does Sarah do?
Well, he 4-bets. He just 4-bets. What about sizing? Is it just all in? Is Ian about to be absolutely gifted chip lead here?
He's going to make it 800.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Ian is in the situation that tournament poker players dream of. He's opened the action. He's got a 3-bet and a 4-bet back to him.
And Ian doesn't need to dream of it. Because
just going to check he's got the 9-8.
It happens to him every other level. So what does he do? Does he continue with call or does he just bang it in? Yeah, just all in.
All in he goes.
Now this might...
There is a chance he folds.
I think that Sarah should fold.
What would you do, chat? Fold or call? You're at the final table. You 4-bet. Ian Simpson has just shoved all in.
Think of the positions though as well.
I'm saying.
Under the gun.
Yeah.
First under the gun 1. 4-bet from big blind. The most underdone spot ever.
Yeah.
And
so
then
you have shown a lot of strength.
Yes. And nobody cares, it seems.
Yeah.
So why don't they care?
Why don't they care?
Well, let me tell you why. Ian's got aces.
What's he done?
Great fold.
He's folded. Wow. Highlight reel stuff.
This has got to be some sort of record.
Wait, let's just read. What's he had? He's had
kings twice, aces twice, queens once in
That's
about
right.
in probably 40 hands.
Yeah. Yeah, 40, 50 hands. If you tuned in as an Ian Simpson fan, this has turned into a not safe for work video.
I mean,
wall to wall pleasure.
This has easily got to be one of the biggest heaters I've ever seen towards the end of the tournament.
And he's got action every time. Does he get action this time? Let's see.
700,000 from the small blind. And Diaz barely skips a beat before calling.
Pretty nice slot for kings.
Yeah, another safe looking board for
He's
Ian.
actually a little bit unlucky here that Diaz hasn't connected with this in some way, because...
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go C-bet fold, I imagine.
450 maybe? 350, even smaller.
Looks good to me. Diaz has a fold here, I believe. It's just too hard to navigate this situation.
It's exactly the same concept, isn't it? What are you hoping for on the turn? Unless he's going to make a move here.
And there's no way.
He is going to make a move. He is going to make a move. Is this a click raise? Nick Eastwood has his head in his hands in the booth. Bit more than the click raise. Makes it $1 million. He's got 1.7 back. What does Ian do here?
He shoves.
Shove, yeah.
Because he won't believe there's many bluffs in this line.
This is why you have an aggressive image, right? Is that people will play back at you. And as you were saying earlier, this is the kind of spot... What?
Oh my god.
What?
Ian's folded.
What?
Ian's just folded.
So he didn't have kings. So he didn't have kings.
Either he didn't have kings,
No chance he had kings.
No, I think he did, and I think he thinks that nobody is ever bluffing in a million years in that spot. Because they shouldn't be, because at this stage of the tournament, it's the most tragically under-bluffed spot in the world, and you have to find someone randomly clicking something like that in order to be ahead.
I should be celebrating the fact that we're playing 50-100,000, which is the spectator and commentator viewer friendly level. Easy to work out your big blinds, and Sarah here with a what feels like a no-brainer spot, but these players can always surprise you.
As you said.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Off of 15 big blinds.
Yeah, it just feels like the most perfect shoving situation in the world, but he decides not to.
We've got a shove here against cut-off open range with a hand like this. We're going to let Ian in as well in the big blind with 8-6 of hearts. King high. Pair of sixes for Simpson, who is still last.
Whoever wants to play nines out of position anyway, but especially when you've got the stack that you can just shove it in.
It's actually like the most pleasing situation to find yourself in, because you're begging for a spot to have a slam dunk situation.
Slam dunk situation where you can get in with dead money in the pot.
Yeah.
Didn't want it. Didn't want it, Nick Eastwood. He said no.
Here comes C-bet from Murphyano. Now what do you do?
This is the problem, isn't it?
With Michelangelo.
This is the problem. Call one, and then what do you do to a barrel? Life is pain. Life is pain out of position in Hold'em. Write that down.
Michelangelo hardly painting the Sistine Chapel with this line.
Now if you're the nines, you're like...
Yeah. I mean, everyone's like...
Here we go, back with it. Still on 14.
I unfortunately once.
Look at these chips here, 1.8, 1.5, Harandai 1.3, Kendo 1.12, Adam Buxton, Tom Gill down at the bottom on 8 big blinds. So will this session be the one when we get to the final table? Might be, we're on 14, few shorties, but we'll see how we go. Welcome back. Welcome back. Tom Gill back after the break. Yeah. Cat says there should be some cat waving soon. Hey. So you know where the cameras are. Directly where Ross is. Look up, give us a wave. Oh, just seen Tracy Dunn in the casino. Not seen Tracy for a while. Says she's bought into Joker's Wild and ready to play. That's a Goliath, obviously. If you don't know what Joker's Wild is, hope to see quite a few of the 888ers there as well. It's the biggest festival of the year for the 200 buy-in. Last year's first place. If they hadn't chopped it, would have been a whopping £240,000 or something like that. It was just incredible. So we're on 14. Trying to get to the FT. I think the FT should be reached this session. Chico with the ace-6. After initial raising, flopping the nut flush draw. Chris with none of it, can't do anything after Chico continues. Evening, Kev. Back from Blackpool. Did you play the £5 rebuy? What event did you? I know they saw a couple of events on last night for the Stokies one night allowed out jobby. Oh, Ross's watch. I love it. Played the 60 quidder. Hiya Gilo. Tower, thought you'd be in Vegas by now. When are you off? Yeah, this one's a late one in the calendar, but 888 it is. It's party was on the schedule obviously at the beginning of the year, so we knew that that Edinburgh finished today, so we are out on Tuesday. Tuesday. Got about 10 days. Got about 10 days before the main. I think I'm playing the main on the 3rd of July. I'm going to consult a couple of players and have a chat with a few players when I get there. But I think I might play day 1B, which is the 3rd. I think day 1C, which is July the 4th, might be a shorter field because it's obviously Independence Day in America, and they have a lot of parties, and it's a national day off, national holiday. Cats on the countdown. Kev played the £60 yesterday in Blackpool. Yeah, fantastic run from Andy Bradshaw in the seniors this year, finishing 20th for $27,000. 7,000 runners. It was crazy times. Luke in C number 9, Luke Beasley says I'm all in. And Ray, wow, this is we're either going to lose Ray or we're going to leave Luke with a big blind. Ace 4, Ray stands up. Fist bumps are on. King on the flop, so Ray needing an ace, or Ray is going to be eliminated. It's looking like elimination, but we do no 4s alive. It's not, it's a jack. The fist bump again. Ray eliminated in 14th. So down to 13. Well played, Ray, but out he goes. We don't know which camera will be on stream, of course. Hopefully it's this one, and you wave at it. There's the prize money when we get to the FT. These are in seat order. Dino Sinclair in 1, Chris Welsh in 2, Tom Gill in 3, and then round to Chico in 7, Gary in 8, and Luke in C number 9. Tom says have it. All of it. Dino, who'd initially opened jammed with the 2s. Tom with the 10s, another fist bump. Tom survived once, can he do it again? Can he do it again? Survived once before the break, can he do it again? Mr. Tom Gill, my North Berwick golfing partner. Yes, I'm saying yes. Anybody want to bet? Anybody want to gamble? I'm saying yes, he does. So Tom up to 700, Dino right down to 165 and 3.5 bigs while it's 50k stack. Sam's back after tea. What did you have, young man?
We had a lovely little burger.
Oh, the Wagyu burger.
And the Wagyu burger, very nice.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, I'm hungry. All right, I like that.
Yeah.
Very nice, it says.
Yeah.
I like that. Easty has asked if he wants us to do some comms.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to try and work out a time with Easty. He says I think he's supposed to be there.
Okay, cool.
He might have just got up. I'm hoping he's been up all day and he's enjoyed a bit of Edinburgh. That's what I'd like to have done. But not in Easty. He'll be up at 4. Quick shower, see you in a bit.
Nah. I'll give him a bit more credit than that.
The Wagyu burger went down well.
I reckon for Easty it was something like a midday get up, some editing of some bits and pieces from yesterday. Tidy up the socials. Bit of 888 admin. Bit of 888 admin. And then now we're just sort of settling in 4 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. I'd imagine that's what we're talking about.
And line, we'll do a keyword in about 10 minutes time if that's alright. We'll do keyword number 5.
Who did we lose? Down to 13.
We lost Ray off the feature.
We lost Ray. Fair enough.
Ray off the feature with an ace, but the king was good. We just had Tom doubling up.
7-2 off and 8. 7-2 off.
Yeah, Easty was here yesterday, played the main. Easty was here.
Is it the day before? Is it?
Thursday, wasn't it? Friday.
Is he on Friday?
He was here Friday.
Because we saw him on the high roller.
For one hand.
For one hand, yeah. Max Lake Red's the high roller.
Yep.
And we saw him in the main after that on the feature where, after busting in one hand, he barely found a hand for a couple of hours on the feature. Bless him, old Nick. But yeah, looking forward to potentially having Easty in the building at some point this evening. Plenty of poker.
Oh, there you go. He's been commenting on YouTube. He'll have been doing his editing. That's what he will have been doing. So is it this session we get to the FT? We're on 13.
So just one away from 2 tables of 6. It's been quite often you find that when we've had a flurry of bust outs as we had at the end of the last session, break comes at a time where everything just catches breath. and then pace just resets and we go again. But Dino all in on the small blind here, Queen 6 of clubs. Chico gonna give him a spin with Ace 7 of clubs.
So Dino, all in with the Queen, stands up as he put in the chip, as he put in the time banks. Yes, yes, the time banks are in, and he's hit the Queen.
Well, that's a good start for Dino.
He has hit the Queen, and another one, and a double one.
And a 6, just a little bit of overkill. The old stand behind the chair, get the time backs in and make a boat tactic. Seems to be a pretty effective strategy.
Unfortunately, we're down to 12. Oh!
What's going on?
What's going on? Oh, just heard the bad news.
What's the bad news, buddy?
Oh. My golfing partner from Craigie Law.
Neil
Feenan. In 13th. For £1,750. Didn't catch the hand, unfortunately. Neil Feenan busting out in 13th. What a great run. 1750.
Well, a great effort from Neil. He's been in and amongst it all week in Glasgow. And another great run for him. So congratulations to Neil. So Chico raises Ace 4 from gun, and Luke and Dino both with Queen 10 suited. Only Luke that elects to find a call from the cutoff. And Jack 8-5 1 heart on the flop. Chico gonna elect to find a c-bet here. We're north of 2 million now at the start of this hand. Ten of clubs on the turn. Sees Luke jump as a favourite. And Chico checks it over to him. Imagine Luke going to find a reasonable amount of checkbacks here. On this occasion, wants to protect his hand from hands containing a club, but Chico going to step out the way. Tell our cat, lovely to meet you two. Hopefully you get a safe journey home and find some signal on the tram to continue watching the live stream. Have a good evening, whatever you get up to. And hopefully you're going to be with us for the majority of the evening. 12 players remain here in Edinburgh. It's going to be a close affair the whole way through from here on in. Just been in and around the card room, and it's got that feeling when you get down to the last couple of tables of an MTT where everything just sort of gets a little bit quiet, a bit serious poker being played now. They're playing for a lot of money, these guys, so every decision counts. Chris all in from the button with the 10 deuce, gonna get it through. Chris Welsh with 12 blinds. Oi, oi, Curtis. 2-0 to Juve, 18 minutes in. Good for the double tonight, sir, that is for sure. What was the buy-in, says Steve on YouTube. So it's a 500 plus juice buy-in here in Edinburgh. Prize pool generated £124,000. Great effort on a 100k guarantee to almost surpass by 25% is really good going. First place will be £23,900, just shy of 24 bag. Up top, final table, going to guarantee you £2,830. 12 remaining. And they're on a pay jump of £260 at the moment for the next player out. Juventus are 2-0 up already. Curtis is cruising.
Who's 2-0 up?
Juventus.
You're Juventus! Juventus!
So Gary, going to pick this one up from the big blind. Chip counts on the screen for you. 3 players in and around that 10 BB mark.
We have the next keyword.
Do we?
We've got it.
Is it Juventus?
No.
Is it Curtis Lorries on the double?
No. But we do have a keyword yet again. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Wherever you're watching, you can just watch it. But if you're on Twitch, you can get a chance of winning one of the $22 tickets, which we're going to give away right now. The latest password is all about Sam.
Oh, hello.
Yes, because you've just eaten Wagyu. The password, the keyword is Wagyu. W-A-G-Y-U. Wagyu. Away you go. Yeah. I was going to have a salad. I might have a Wagyu burger now. You said it was
honestly, it was really good. It was really good.
Like it.
It was really good. Comes with some chips, a little bit of coleslaw. Happy days. And as we've said, and we'll say again, you must be in Twitch Poker TV, 888 Poker TV on Twitch, to enter this competition.
Indeed,
the keyword is Wagyu, and that is for a $22 token. Gary just completing a small blind here with 6-5 offsuit, with the 5 of clubs in hand. Luke 8-9 of hearts in the big blind. Gonna start betting for some value and protection of our middle pair, and it looks like Gary is gonna immediately find a check raise. Seems like a quick call from Luke. So already check raised pot here. Luke in position, going to a turn, which is the 9 of clubs. So 2 pair now for Luke, and a flush for Gary. Checks it over to Luke.
How many clubs is there out there? Unbelievably, the 5 is playing from Gary.
It is indeed. So Luke checked back.
2 pair on the
value
turn.
for Gary, 100k. Any raises for Luke? Don't think so. Just going to call.
For sure, the 5 is working. And Luke, turn 2 pair, just bins them.
1 minute announced for the keyword.
1 more minute for Wagyu. We are on 12. Neil Feenan last out. Two tables in the main. 2 tables of 6.
One of these 12 is going to be walking home just under £24,000 richer and carrying the title of main event champion here in Edinburgh.
Chris in seat number 2. Gets out of the way. Tom, who's had a right up and down day, he now says the nod. I love the nod from Tom. All in.
Is that the statement of intent nod?
I love it.
Yeah.
All in. And he works. Chris Welsh 12 bigs, Dino Sinclair 7 bigs. Tom up to 14 with the shove. Okay, Wagyu is about to become a countdown.
Five seconds to go on your keyword, guys. Wagyu is the word.
Congratulations, Happy Ray! Again?
Again?
Again!
Happy Ray!
Happy Ray's on the win button. He forgot to unclick it. Well done, Happy Ray. Well done, Happy Ray.
Right, Tom raising up from gun here with the Jack 10 of diamonds. Chico out the way, King 9 of spades. Gary and Luke both folding 2. Round to the blinds. We've got Dino with the Jack 4 of clubs. That's going to be folded, and looks like Chris is going to top this one up here with the King 8 of diamonds. Ooh, bit of a spicy one here. Top pair for Tom. Chris just going to find lead all in. Lead all in from Chris for 8.5 on 7, 9, 10 with the King 8. Tom with top pair. And just like that, we're going to see a turn and a river for the lot. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
Chris needing a king, a 6, a jack. And it's knights of 5, so Chris Welsh is going to be eliminated. Unlucky Chris, but well played. And we'll quickly flip over to the outer table. Because we've got Nathan Drummond with 7s. And we've got Toad Andy Great with ace 10.
Really solid start for the 7s there. 8 on the turn. Still need 8s and 10s, or the 7s are going to double.
Yep. And Andrew Gray is going to be pretty short. Nathan doubles to 900. Count the stacks. Stacks is 900k in total.
Andy looks really short now.
Yeah. Andrew Gray is going to be on fumes. We'll see what happens to him very, very shortly.
Oh, Chico from gun here with ace king.
Yep.
1.6 milli in stack and ace king in hand. Clicks it up to 100,000. Oh, and Dino all in here with the 10s.
And Chico's going to look him up. 10s against Ace King.
Is it Chico time in Edinburgh, or
Does
can
Dino
Dino
Sinclair
hold
double up?
to double? 56 lays 44, and we're going to see 5. We'll start with 3, guys. It's a good
8,
start for the
7,
10s.
7.
Couple of hands where the pairs appear to be holding from the outer to the feature.
Still the same. Aces or kings, and we lose Dino. Everything else is a double, and it's a double. And quickly straight over, because we said he was short the very next hand. Get them in. It looks like about 200 with ace deuce against the queen king off.
It's got them in good. Head on that.
That is good. Jack 6, 7. Ace 2 set to double. That's good.
Yeah, just fading kings and queens for a double straight back in.
Oh, the killer queen! Oh, Andrew Gray. Killer queen on the river. Straight to the cash desk. Out in 11th. For £2,010, which means we're down to 10.
So we're on the bubble for the final table. Chip counts for the 5 on the feature. Yeah, we haven't had any other complaints about the stream quality. I think that's alright.
We haven't.
Kavai is in Germany saying it's laggy. Well,
give yourself a refresh.
Yeah, just sometimes go for it. But they came back from the break determined. Indeed, they did, Nico. And determination met with the perfect formation of cards to get some all-in and call action. All-in. Has led us to this spot. Dino going to be all-in for his ace with ace-queen over the raise from Luke. Don't think we're going to see Luke call here. Don't think there's going to be very many situations where we're doing this with worse as Dino.
So with us on 10, I'm going to say to Line, can we do another keyword in 15 minutes, please? Number 6 of the day. Is that possible?
You are firing from the hip at the moment, aren't you? I reckon that's your celebration. I reckon that's got to be the celebration when you eliminate someone at the World Series. Stand up.
Please, 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 can we have a keyword? 15 minutes. We've got 5 left. We're on the final table bubble.
I mean, we might run out of time at this rate. Getting through them.
We're
getting through them.
If we start to lose them like mad, then we'll just do a couple at a time. But we're doing one at a time.
All 4 giving away on the next one. So we've got Luke here in the big blind with the ace king.
Ace king for Luke. Put it on the bubble, on the button.
Look at that, very similar stacks for the 4 chip leaders at the table. Big FT bubble spot now. So fold it around to Luke and the small blind, going to set Dino in, makes the fold. This is what the final 9 will be playing for. 10th place will lock up 2200, I think it is. Just shy of 2300. But we have 2 tables of 5 in Edinburgh. We are 1 elimination away from the final table. Well, my line on the FT was 5:30, not there yet. Don't know how long it's going to be until we do get there. But we've lost a flurry in the last few hands, that's for sure. Zubitis on Twitch, welcome in.
Hello, hello, and good evening.
Chico opening the deuces from gun. Luke out the way with the ace-5. Dino, jack-3 in the small blind. Gonna get out the way as well. Tom folds the big, so 5-handed play continues on both tables. We've got quite the rail at the front of the camera. For,
Luke's up and down.
Yeah, Luke's up and down. We've got Harry on the end there as well. I think he's on the outer table. Dangerous Hammers on Twitch, welcome in. Game changes slightly late for the previous keyword. Vic, a while ago. Gary out the way with the 10-6, Luke out the way with the deuce 4. Dino with the 7s on the button. I think we are going to be seeing this one. So comes in for a raise. And round to Chico in the big queen deuce offsuit. I don't think we're going to defend this one. As a call, if we do VP it there, I imagine going to see something spicy. I think we're just going to see Chico step out of the way here. It's only
Queen deuce. Some of these high-low combos sometimes work, but and they are supposed to be better off if they are.
Wow, look at
different
this.
suits.
Look at this, sticks it all in, does Chico.
Fabulous play. The high-low combo.
Well, Dino just having a look at what's going on the outer table, but
nothing.
Open folds the 7s. Well, for 16. Avoiding the sevens there. Button versus big blind.
Good to see Andy. Good GM. All is good. It's, I have been in most days, I've just not seen you. So if we can get a keyword line for the next 6 minutes, please, would be nice. And then we'll have... We've done 5. And then what we'll do is carry them on a regular basis until we have given away all 10.
Not sure about this limp from Dino with the King Jack. Just want to be coming in for a raise here. Tom elects to raise the button with the sevens. Gary with the 8-5 of clubs in the big blind. Assume, wondering if he can also assume that Dino was going to just complete and get a price with the 8-5 with assumed action, but just want to be raising here as Dino with the King Jack from the cut-off 5-handed.
Jack 5-6. Dino says all of it. So on the Jack 6-5 flop has to get out of the way.
Dino shows him the Jack.
And he does indeed show him the Jack.
King Jack then.
So keyword on its way.
After the next hand? Or are you doing it?
No, we'll do it now.
Oh, hello.
We'll do it now.
Reloading the guns.
You know, you know the rules. You know where you need to be. You know what to type in. The keyword. And the next keyword is keyword.
You can tell it's coming towards the back end of the
way round.
Originality.
The keyword is keyword. Away you go. Chance of winning a $22 ticket.
God, tell me it's Sunday evening without telling me it's Sunday evening there. Alright guys, you know the rules. You've got to be in the Twitch stream.
Ooh, here
for
we
this
go.
one.
This is quite juicy, this one.
Wow, Gary rips blind on blind. King Jack and Luke going to be all in for 13, almost 14 effective here with Ace King from the big blind. Great spot for Luke to double at 1.7 million in this pot. So this is a big one.
This is... Oh, Jack on the flop.
Jack on the flop.
A Jack 8 Queen flop means we've now got 10s working.
Oh, not like this.
As
for
well
Luke.
as the ace. Luke Baisley is facing elimination. No way. No way. Not like this.
Oh, gonna need to find an
Oh,
ace, and it's a
nuts.
5.
Luke Baisley has been eliminated on the final table bubble for £2,360. Well played indeed, but that means while we're doing the keyword, we are on the final table, so we'll be taking a short break. We're going to get Easty coming in for a session, hopefully, in the next hour or so. He said he's going to come in for a session, which is nice of us. Nice for us to get Easty involved, and we'll rack his brain. But as you can see there, the keyword continues. We're going to take 10-minute break. 15 It is a 15-minute break, so we'll take the 15 and we'll be back and we'll catch up with who won the latest keyword. We're on the final table of 9. Please come and join us in 15 minutes to see who we crown as champion. Good luck in the freeway. You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a little
never
deuce
easy.
in the window.
And we're going to have a quick move over to see what is occurring there on the outer table, guys, because we do have
look at this.
our first
What's happening here?
all-in and call on the bubble. So it's Tom Hall and Wilco. Wilco has Tom covered. This is our first all-in and call on the bubble.
Not much to do about nothing. Ace King against Ace King.
Boring.
Off we go. No dramas, please. A dealer.
Wilco's suited.
No dramas, that'll do nicely.
4% free roll goes Wilco's way.
No dramas, dealer. No dramas, dealer.
It's never easy.
Oh man, no dramas, we said.
Oh,
no way, man.
Did that just happen?
Oh, Tom Hall. Feeling for you, buddy.
That is an absolute filthy one for Tom Hall to bust on the bubble. Ace King versus Ace King.
Look at Wilco.
Sorry, I just rock up to Jack.
Oh, wow.
3-betting the aces. All right, Jack.
Wilco with a nut low.
Suited nut low.
That is true.
And he's thinking about something here.
No way! Oh my word!
Let's just give Jack a
What
double up,
is
shall
Jack?
we?
Look at Jack's face! What's happening here?
All right, yeah. Was that the limp jam with 3 deuce
Dave
suitors?
Doherty's saying I'm not expecting them 2 cards.
Wow. Okay.
80% of the time he's up to 1.2 million at 30 big blinds.
40 big blinds in the middle.
You know it's never easy.
Just a little deuce.
You know it's
just a little
never
deuce
easy.
in the window.
You just know it's never easy.
Hold your breath, Jack. Oh, the dealer just puts the triangle over Jack's cards there. Yeah.
The dealer must have thought the 3 deuce was in.
Mm.
Oh no way! Are you serious?
Oh my! 6-8 or ace for Jack. 6-8 or ace.
Oh!
Final table of a high roller.
3-2
for 40 big blinds.
Oh, Cammy. And 13 could just be in.
Yep.
Probably should be.
Couldn't agree more, Tower. With the outright short stack, want to be playing closer to chips, and Cammy.
Is that risk again? And he's going to get the bad news.
And don't get me wrong. Yeah. I believe Cammy has taken every reshove spot correctly and shoved the hands he's supposed to. But can you recall one when he's not been drawing to 3 outs or needing to hit? I actually can't recall one where he's been in front. But take nothing away from the shoves; they're good shoves. They're winning shoves in the long run. He just keeps getting cold decked. But he seems to have an art of coming from behind this final table so far. Any jacks about?
No.
There may just be 1 3 outer too far for Cammy.
Is it 1 too many? David sitting, looking like he could be commanding chip leader.
Well, how about a chop?
We're gonna chop it up if a 4 or a queen.
Oh my word!
It's a jack and sit back down again.
Why have a chop when you can have it all?
Wow!
Cammy Williamson is on some heat this FT. Queen 9 suited for Margent. There's the triangle into the 2 short stacks. A lot of time for this. Effective stack is Cammy, who has 15 bigs, and here we go. David Doherty with the 10s.
Yeah, loving this. He is loving this. 4 players left. If we get outdrawn, it's 9,000. No, 9 ace jack.
There's some runners, queens and 9s fading at the moment for David. Well,
whoa, that's just made it 10 outs.
All the sweats, a diamond, 10, a 9.
Oh, and it's a diamond. Oh no, runner. When will it end for the Doherty?
this will qualify.
Jack Queen for Cammy and 11.
Have I moaned it in for him?
Indigo. Oh no.
Yeah. Of course. Of course he has. Why wouldn't he have aces again?
Just the 7th time, just turn round, I've got aces! I've got aces, boys!
Do you know
They're
what?
all like, and?
Of course, he could win the tournament with aces. Why wouldn't he win the tournament with aces? 6th time on the final table to be dealt the boot. 7th according to Tower.
Of course he did.
Basically,
drawing dead.
Flops Cammy to runners.
Runners, and that is it. Aces, live poker, ladies and gentlemen, full on ring. And that's it. We've got a champion. We've got a champ, and it had to be. It just had to be aces as the winning hand. Look at this. That's what it means. That's what it means. Maugen, fantastic. Whether it's aces or whether it's not, that was just absolutely super. Oh!
Alberto with the King Queen. Bad timing. And this is going to be really interesting for Dale here. Because Bernie has been one of the few that has been active. We saw a squeeze a couple of times as a bluff. We saw a cold 4. And there you go. Dale shoves the ace queen here for what is 70 effective. But once we're this under rep with ace queen and we just call Bernie's open from low jack, don't mind it from now. Just because we run into top end doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Bernie can ISO so much wider than top end. So here we go. What a spot for Bernie. Three-way all in. I was just saying out, you don't usually get much carnage these first sessions.
Here we go. King high flop as well. So Bernie. He's going to be taking Alberto's out, but that's a stack not to be worried about.
Well, Alberto can still draw live. It's Dale that is drawing dead.
He is indeed. Dale will be down to less than 10k.
Just another king for good measure. Bernie up to 43.4. Sarah
when I wake up
with the King Queen opens to 700. What is Bogdan up to here with the 9-5 of diamonds? Like at this stack depth, yes, we get to like 9-7 suited would actually be fine here. Like 9-5 suited is a bit overdoing it. 100 deep, we can free bet middle in, gapped, middle in connected, suited. But the 9-5 diamonds does seem slightly too wide. Well, don't think it's ever going to be in there for Bogdan. But like 9-7 suited, I'm pretty confident we'll be in the free bet range here. Low jack versus cut off.
Jack 9-5, 2 clubs, bottom 2 for Bogdan. Got short overs for Sarah.
Yeah, it's pure check here for Sarah Tower. Shouldn't have any leads. Jack 9-5 as the caller of the free bet, meant to play 100% check, and that is just to do with our opponent still having the bigger overpairs, still has jacks and 9s. Yes, we have 5s and our opponent does not, but they still have a huge advantage in terms of range on this board. So that just means we don't get to lead as Sarah. She has gone for lead for 2.5k, 40%, and now Bogdan with his 2 pair. Is he going to spring it straight away? And looks like he's going to do exactly that. Makes it 80k, and now it's kind of annoying for Sarah to have. We check, probably met by a small bet. We just get to call and realise our equity are 2 overs and a gut shot. But now,
and then we get to see a 2.
We're in a pretty rough spot here. Bogdan makes it 8k, and Sarah sticking around with the overs and the gutty.
Oh! Whoa! Oh, ping, ping, ping.
What a ridiculous turn card this is. So Bogdan now turns a flush draw. Oh my word, that is the most ridiculous run out you are going to see today. Wow. Sarah turns the nut straight
All in and a snap calls. I see the 9-5 and the bad news.
Bogdan rivers
Wow.
the boat. That is some sick run out for Sarah.
Whoa.
Well, here we go. How are we going to flip here with the ladies? Because now, as Eastie, we're going to be in a big flip situation for a lot of big blinds here.
Just going to put in the cold 4, is he?
Has to, yeah. No cold calling going on here.
There he goes.
Size is pretty nice as well. Like
Yeah.
And then just going to be a jam from Roderick. There's the fold. And now, as Roderick knows, no fold equity, but we got ace, king, sir, and we start the hand at 35 effective. There's the jam, there's the call.
Used
The
to expect to
classic.
see aces here, I think, but
Same thing, aces, kings. We lose the flips anyway, according to Eastie, so might as well be aces or kings are up against. Look, he's already
yeah,
like
he's
beaten.
already lost. Yeah,
He's just a beaten man already.
It's a good flop though.
The 4-5 would have had some fun.
Oh, there it is.
Well, just seal it on the turn, Eastie. Never wins a flip. Yeah, all right, mate. All right.
Just top boat. There we go.
Up to 96k, 3 stacks for Eastie.
Wow, 96k already. Okay.
And he's actually having a good session on the feature table for once.
Table chip leader too.
The Swan raising to 3.2. And now the triangle is in for David with pocket jacks. Dave Camera with the jacks. Szechuan says call with the ace 10 of diamonds. David Camera, pocket jacks. King 9-6, no good at the minute. Two on the turn. Needing to fade an ace. Oh, one of the 2 aces in the deck. Oh, that is grim. The fist pump.
Queen Jack of Spades on the bottom for James. Love to see jam here, Tower. Would really love to see jam. Zexwan's got about 20. Mel's got. Yeah, it's a really nice one to just say the words, I'm all in. What is it, 20 effective, I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, I might have just said the words, I'm all in here as James at 20 effective, 2 to get through.
Yeah, the one gappers are definitely seeing a flop. Man in race.
Nah, just cool. With the 8-6 of clubs, pretty standard. Yeah, when the effective stack's 20 bigs behind us in the button, I feel like this is one that does like to do some jamming.
Oh, what is that for the flop? How does this not go in?
2 against the flop flush with the redraw to the straight flush here. And there's a continue for 2k for James. X1 with the fake club check. Have I got a club? You got 2, sir.
What a flop.
I'm going to raise straight off the bat.
Oh. Now I think we're going to be the bare ace of clubs, the bare king of clubs.
It's just a call from James, like it. Glad he didn't just rifle this in here, just recognising our opponent repping straights and flushes.
Ace of spades, no difference.
Oh, now. Imagine a check here now, Tower, from Zexwan, because you think about James' calling range on the flop, like he's going to continue his King X, right? So we're not going to get to jam for 120% pot, so I guess maybe there's some checking going on here. Just the times James has a king, he's going to be firing it. 9,500 he goes for. Trying to get it over 2 streets. And now James with the Queen Jack suited, awful turn card, even some bluffs getting there now. The perhaps
King
X.
The call, and he's like, cool. Any Queen of Hearts about? He's thinking, oh, the Queen of Diamonds. Oh, how has he pulled that out?
Oh, he loves it as well. He sits up in his chair. As X1 less than half pot back and wants the value from the King X, so I guess he just jams, but he's going to have some bad news. James going to be beating him into the pot here. There's the jam, and there James says call straight away.
Shows him the flush, and before he's even showed him the flush, he's flooding the house. Oh! What a river card. We still need a 9. Vivi looks down as she's got the boots. The aces, the best 2 cards in the deck, together. Oh my word! Wow, this isn't fair.
Okay, here we go then, guys. We are back for the final table, your final table of the main event here in Edinburgh. The final 9. And it's been a good day so far to get us down here. Just checking in at 6 o'clock in the evening in Edinburgh. Could be a late one, this, if it's anything to go by our recent final tables. Tower's just finishing off his break. And we're hoping to be joined by Easty in the comms box at some point over the course of this session. But get yourselves comfortable, strap in, and enjoy what should be a fantastic FT here in Edinburgh. So your lineup, we've got Gary Armstrong in seat 1, Dean Sinclair in seat 2, Nathan Drummond in seat 3, Harry Sanford in 4, Adam Buxton in 5, Horan Dye in 6, Charles Lamont Chico in 7, Aaron Keenan, Kendo, fans favourite, in 8, and Tom Gill in 9. Been a great day so far. These guys have served us up a treat north of the border. Who is going to reign supreme as champion in Edinburgh? We're going to find out over the course of the next session. And let's see how we get on.
Eventually, the man's got to hit it off doing well, isn't he? He's still in a tournament, so it's not dead yet.
So Dino gonna get us underway, folding from gun. Round to Harry Sanford, who's had a really good couple of festivals recently. Had a lot of deep runs, but FT here that he'll be hoping to capitalise on and turn into a good score. All these guys are guaranteed. It's £2,900, I think, for the FT. Let's have a look as the ticker scrolls along the bottom. But one thing we do know is that they are playing for just shy of £24,000 up top. 5,850 for 6th, 4.5 grand for 7th, 3.5 for 8th, and just under 2,900 for 9th. So those are your payouts for the final table. It's going to be an electric watch, this. Really looking forward to it. Should be a good one. And if you're joining us back from the first few sessions of the day, welcome back to all of you on YouTube, Twitch and Facebook. And if you are just tuning in, welcome in.
I had to welcome in a special guest.
Ah, here we go.
Because he is going to jump into the comms. I don't know how even long we've got on the session. So, and because you had that Wagyu burger, I think I'm going to follow suit. I think. Okay. I ain't ordered it yet. But we've got Easty in situ. He's studying. What can I just ask? We'll get him in the comms, but I just need to know off air. What have you done all day?
Well, as you know, my hotel has got a pool.
He's been like Mark Spitz all day.
I was defending you.
He's been like Mark Spitz all day. He's been sat there in the old speedos. He's got the flip flops on. He's like this. He's like, I wonder what's happening across the road.
Sometimes you lose Kings vs Ace Jack at level 15 after you played for 11 hours, and you just need a day by the poolside.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. It's not been the best of weather to wander around Edinburgh.
No, it's been rubbish.
It's been raining.
I've got jeans on.
So we are going to get Easty into the comms for the first session of the final table. I'm just going to quickly go and grab a bite to eat, and we'll get him back. If you want to do a keyword with Lime, you can. You flick them away.
We'll do a keyword.
Yeah, keyword will come up into that box there.
That's
We'll get Easty on the first session of the final table. Have a good time with him and don't give him grief.
He's got to worry about himself.
Plenty, I think, incoming. But how are we, pal?
We're alright, mate. We're alright. I feel I needed that little, break, rest off.
Little reset.
Yeah, it's a rough one yesterday. I didn't like it very much. Usually I limply leave a tournament, and it's sort of like my own fault.
Right.
This one was like painful because I was kind of locked anyway. I was comfortable. I was in my element. But when I'm folding on the last level of the day, that's like where I like to be.
Okay.
And then they made me play a hand. That's what happened. So annoying.
Well, Easty going to be joining us for the next session on the FT. So thanks for giving up your time, mate. Much appreciated to come and join us. But been keeping up to date with your stories. It looked a pretty rough one yesterday throughout the day.
I played so well yesterday, man.
Yeah.
I played so well yesterday. It just doesn't matter sometimes. Actually, it doesn't matter a lot of the time. But yeah, I was happy with how I played, and I can't usually say that, so that's something I will have to take into the next couple of weeks because I've got a fairly large tournament that I'm going to be entering.
Yeah.
So we need all of the confidence that we can muster.
When are you heading out?
I am heading out on the 2nd. I'm just going for the main.
Right, cracking, good stuff. Well, yeah, take that confidence with you, mate, because you had a pretty raw end of the distribution on the feature when we had you there yesterday for 2 hours.
That's just standard procedure.
So didn't really have much going.
I'm not allowed cards on feature.
Well, we're going to get your insight for the next session, that's for sure. So if you're on any of the socials in the chat box, let us know. We've got Nick with us for the next hour and a bit, hour and 45 minutes or so. Hopefully we'll see how we get on. We're going to have a keyword. We'll probably do that about 7 o'clock-ish line in about 45 minutes, 50 minutes. We'll go along with that one. But any of these guys play with any of these yesterday on your day one?
Did I play with any of these guys yesterday? Do you know what? I may not have done. Unless there's someone hiding on the other side of the camera. Definitely did not play with Tom. Didn't have the pleasure. Tom's got ace queen. And he's got 10 bigs. That's what you want, isn't it? Just to give me an easy one. Oh dear.
Nice clean one. Straight in. Look at this. First hand in the booth, mate, and we got all in and cool straight away. Also from Gary.
Absolutely fist pumps it in, by the way. So if anyone woke up behind with like jacks, then you can pretty much rule out like the very best hands. But not that it matters now. Flipping we are. And Tom is a favourite, which means we've lost a 10, I imagine.
Yeah, I think we saw the Jack 10 go into the bin at some point there. So, first all in and call of the final. And we're off to the races. Good start for the 10s.
Yeah, looking good for Gary.
Tom Gill going to need to find an ace or a queen.
They're all out there, as we know.
Yeah, well, next door with the Jack. But 6 outs once for Tom, or we are going to be down to 8 almost straight away. And it's a king of clubs on the river. So we're going to lose Tom Gill here in 9th place. Congratulations, sir, on a very good run. Going to lose him for just shy of 2.9k. So all remaining 8 players guaranteed 3.5 grand for their efforts. Chip counts on the screen. Quite a condensed middle of the pack there. Only 10 bigs between Kendo and Gary at the top of the stacks as well.
Tom hit the post and the crossbar. Neither good.
Ball stopped on the line. Cleared away.
Anyone's game, they like to say, Sam. Look at those chip
They
stacks.
do. They do. Who's going to seize the day? Let's wait and see how this FT unfolds.
I was really hoping to see Luke here, and just as I was leaving my hotel room,
yeah,
so sick.
Yeah, it's a brutal one. Really brutal. Just
Amazing
find the
spot.
jack on the fly. I know you're absolutely loving it for 1.8 million as well. So well.
So I did play with Dino yesterday. He's a fun character.
Okay. Yeah.
But he's the only one that I had the pleasure of playing with.
Yeah.
The rest of them are unknown to me.
Yeah, there's a couple on here we haven't had. I don't think we've had Harron on our table throughout the week at all. Had Kendo, seen quite a bit of Gary, and we only had C3. Nathan. We only had Nathan on
in the first session today. Seen a fair bit of Harry. Small line, just gonna get out of the way.
Nothing doing here.
Nope. On to the next one. Good evening, Mr. Teague. How are you, Ben?
How are you doing, lad? Money available.
Money available. Quite a fair bit of it for first place today. Just under 24 bag. Wouldn't be a bad one to pick up at all for a £500 entry. So what's the plan when we get out to Vegas then? Just main and doing some off the table content bits and pieces. I know you got your challenges with the media passes and that this year, but
Yeah, so that's difficult. I've seen a lot of people just recording.
Yeah.
So that might creep into my mind over the next week. I'm going to sort of do a little bit of slew things because it's been quite flagrant, some of what I've seen.
Right.
And I'm fairly, what's the word I'm looking for? Concealed with what I'm doing when I'm recording.
Okay. Yeah.
I've got like a system, so
Okay.
if I can get away with it, I will probably try. But as it stands right now, I'm not going to be. But we are doing a documentary with Ace Poker.
Cool.
Documenting the experience of the guys that are playing.
Yeah, awesome.
So Ian, myself, Lucia, Vivi, and Aaron.
Wow, nice. 5 of you going out, yeah.
Yeah. So
Sweet.
if I miss someone, could get in trouble. Do. Don't think I have. Could have done.
Alright, when do we like to be able to get hold of that? Is it going to be sort of...
They usually spit it out quite quick to keep the hype going.
Yeah.
But I recommend you watch last year's one. That was fun. That was
Okay.
a really fun one. But yeah, so we're doing that again, and I will have a vlog. I'm just not sure exactly what form it's going to take just yet because I don't know if I'm going to have table footage or not.
Yeah.
I was quite excited that I might not be doing table footage because it is a real arseache to do it for 12 hours every day in the main. It's very stressful. Oh, hello.
Wow. What a flop that is. 10, 10, 9, 2 hearts. Up and down straight flush draw for Gary. And trip 10s for Adam.
Well, we'll be seeing all the cards here, and Gary is going to be pretty miffed to have 35% here, because obviously that jack not going to help.
Yeah.
Would have much rather been up against ace-10 here. But one way or another, this is going to go in. Will it go in now? Is the question. Very, very feasibly could. It's a fairly healthy bet from Gary. As Adam, if you call here, you may... Obviously, you're going to have to check the turn, and it's going to be a little bit awkward, so he's going to shove.
Snaps off. And
a very strong 8 high.
Yeah, probably the strongest 8 high you're likely to see.
Better than the 8 high that I announced on the river yesterday after I got called.
Well, it's going to be a big pot here on the feature. Adam with the Jack 10 of clubs, Gary with 8-7 of hearts, and 8 outs at this moment.
It's not what you want to see when you've got Jack 10 here. You
No.
think you've got a hammer lock. That's a really good card, though.
Yeah, great card, yeah. So 5 of clubs, safe one.
There's an awful lot left, Sam.
Gonna need to find, well, 7 on the end, and somehow the Jack 10 is gonna hold up.
It looks good.
It feels like we had the whole deck to aim at, and Gary gonna double Adam up in
That's a big pot.
seat 5. Yeah, that's a huge one.
30 bigs in there.
That is a huge one. Adam Buxton gonna double with the Jack 10. Chip counts on the screen
look
for
at
you.
that.
So condensed at the top end here, well, all the way down to Chico. Only then does it start to drop a little bit to Harry.
Even then,
20
though,
bigs,
like, you're
but
still-
20 bigs is like chunks at this FT at this stage.
One double and you're chipping.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. This is going to be super close. To all of you just tuning in on socials at the moment, we're joined by Easty in the booth for this session. Tower's just having a little break. Going to jump back in when he's finished and see us through to the end of the session. But treat for you all.
I'm sure they see it as that.
They've all been very reasonable so far, buddy. They've all been very reasonable.
That's good.
It's going to be a fun one for sure. Kendo going to fold the ace-6 under the gun here. Gary going to follow suit with the 10-5.
Bit of a shame I don't get to commentate on the rattlesnake, I'm not going to lie.
Honestly, like some moments, some evenings, you just like, that whole session was just a blur because the adrenaline was just mad with what we were watching. It's
good stuff though, isn't it?
Oh, mate, it's so good to be part of. Like that's literally what. Like, you to just be in the seat for those sessions is what you sit through, like the painful sessions for so many other times of the day. It's it was amazing to watch, and like for the guy to have the heart to just pilot there on the river was just wild. The whole hand was just wild.
Incredible.
But, it was, he's in the big shot at the minute. I think. Well, I don't know if he's still in, but
the rattlesnake.
Yeah, the rattlesnake's in the big shot. A moment earlier today, amazing moment. He's all in at the moment.
Shock.
Got live sweat with the rattlesnake in the big shot.
And we're just in here outing him.
Yeah, we're in here outing him. Bless him.
Can we get live footage of the rattlesnake, please? Big shot.
We're gonna get update from.
He's out.
He's out.
He's gone. He's gone, guys.
He's gone.
Get a bust out interview.
Yeah. Head to the bar. That's probably where you'll find him. I would have thought. Amazing moment earlier where he saw Tower before the start of the day and he just said, "Oh, I reckon if I had one more pint, the dude's free gets through."
I'm not sure what the logic is there.
Yeah. But Kendo sat in C8 was the victor in that hand yesterday. Be doing the rounds for a while. That one I would have thought.
Oh yeah.
Adam cut off ace deuce, folded round to Oren on the bottom with the 5 deuce suited. Stepping out of the way, so blind on blind. Chico versus Kendo.
I wonder how well people protect their limps here. I don't know. Like I don't know if I've seen enough of it, especially on file tables. But like, I wonder if people just have like Queen 7 off when they're limping. Like, how many people are limping the really strong stuff?
Yeah, whether they're just finding.
I think it obviously makes raising from the big blind off the limp really good.
Yeah.
But we've both got a pair here. Kendo in pretty rough shape, even though